Planning Committee, 23rd of July.
think we're ready to go. So, morning to councillors as well. My name's Toby Williams. I'm the Development Manager for the Greater Cambridge Planning Service. I'm the chair of this meeting, and I would like to welcome you all to today's pre-application member briefing for Kett House on Station Road. And it's so nice to actually be able to do this in person. The purpose of the meeting is to give members a further insight into the proposals for the redevelopment of the Kett House site. This follows the last presentation to members in May of this year and the applicant's response to a number of areas of concern and interest expressed by members. It allows councillors the opportunity to raise any questions or concerns that can then be addressed by the developer prior to a formal planning application, and no decisions are being made in this meeting. The summary details of the emerging proposal have been set out in the briefing note forwarded to councillors by the council's case officer, Tom Gray, who can't be with us today. The briefing will be led by the planning agent Bidwells and their consultants, including architects Bennett's Associates and landscape architects Robert Myers. The briefing will be structured with a 22-minute slot for a presentation, followed by a 20 to 30-minute slot for questions. Given this briefing is on committee day, I'd be grateful for all participants to keep to the hour that's been allotted for the briefing. So in a moment, I'll ask the developer team to introduce themselves again, but first some housekeeping. The meeting is being recorded and live streamed, so members should treat the meeting as if it is a public meeting. Details of the meeting can be subject to an FOI, Freedom of Information request or similar. Can I ask all participants to keep themselves muted? And if we do have any members online, to keep your backgrounds blurred and come in to speak only when invited. If members want to ask a question or get the attention of the chair, just raise your hand. We'll deal with questions after the presentation is finished. Members of planning committee should not express an opinion upon any aspect of the presentation which might give rise to a view that you've got a closed mind to the emerging proposal, but please do participate, and if you do have concerns or compelling kind of questions, please ask them. The purpose of the pre-app is to kind of explore those areas with the applicants. The recording of the meeting will be available for public viewing for 6 months from the date of the meeting. I have no apologies. Are there any declarations of interest at all? No? Great. Okay, so I'll turn to the developer team. If you could introduce yourselves and then move on to the presentation, please.
Is that right? Hello. Good morning. My name is Peter Fisher from Bennett's Associates Architects.
Can you hear me over this one? I think you can you? Great. I'm Mike Derbyshire. I'm the planning agent from Bidwells. Peter's leading on the presentation from Bennett Associates. Robert Myers, who you know well, is leading on the landscape element. And then we have Laura Collins from Stanhope, who's going to talk from the developer and development management perspective. There are a couple of people to answer questions afterwards, so hopefully we've got the right people here to answer those questions. This is the follow-up to the presentation we had a couple of months ago. Hopefully we're going to focus on the queries that members raised last time, and Peter has been given pretty clear instructions. Not as clear as 22 minutes, Toby, but pretty close to 22 minutes. So over to you, Peter.
Thank you. I would just start by hopefully moving slides forward. There we go. So we've seen this group, or presented to this group online once before, with a scheme that is that you can see at the moment, and that was also the same scheme that went to the design review panel and was the subject of a public exhibition held. And there was a lot of feedback from all of those various sessions Probably the three most significant were around the colonnade where we were proposing the enhancing landscape around that colonnade, whether or not we could have trees in front of it or adjacent to it. Questions around the height of the building, and then also quite a lot of questions around the Ketchup sculpture. There were other questions along with these, but these we felt were the three most predominant that came out of the various consultations we went through. What I wanted to do, certainly for those in person, after the presentation, we have brought some of the materials that we're proposing using, and that is a very significant part of what we're trying to do with this project, for largely sustainability reasons. So it's using, we're looking at a hybrid steel and cross-laminate timber structure that is still comparatively rare in commercial office buildings, certainly buildings of this scale. There's about 3 at the moment in existence in central London, and there are challenges with that, and that does add cost to the project. And the other material that we're looking at, we do have samples of here as well, is us beginning to look at using natural stone. So it's brickwork, but made from natural stone, and this has a lot of advantages. It ages very well, it's a very durable material, and it has a lot of carbon advantages. This is produced from what is effectively waste stone. A lot of stone is wasted. And the materials that we're looking at are, we've got 2 interlocking blocks made of different stones, one being a Portland limestone, which is the stone that's used on the Senate House, and then the other is a sandstone for the lower block. And again, this does add some cost to the building. I know it was just trying to bear that in mind as we go through the presentation of the proposals. One of the questions, this was the landscape, the ground floor plan as we had it during the public exhibition, and as you've seen previously, was around the colonnade, which you can see where the orange arrow is, and whether or not we could continue the avenue of trees along from Station Road. We've done quite a lot of work. There's a lot behind this at the moment, which was looking at the scale and the health of trees that we could realistically get along the northern facade. In effect, we would have had to move the entire colonnade, or basically get rid of the colonnade, which then meant that we couldn't really have 2 different interlocking massing forms. It became one continuous monolithic building. And a lot of the reason for us not being able to put trees on the northern facade was around the services that run in the pavement and the road along the northern side. So it was constraining root balls. So what we'd looked at, instead of an approach that continued the landscaping, it was to move to an approach which instead intensifies the 3 points of the triangle on the plan, and that we hugely intensify the planting within those areas. So I think Robert is going to go through the next slide as we move to the changes that we've made. You will have seen quite a lot more landscaping within these 3 zones. Robert, do you want to?
Thank you, Peter. So this just shows our current landscape proposal, which I think has moved in a really exciting direction since we last showed it to you. It's obviously making a really generous contribution to the public realm, but it's also really important in terms of public amenity space, in terms of biodiversity and habitat, as well as contributing to the sustainable drainage strategy. So if we start the journey, if you like, in the sort of northeast corner, as you're approaching the end of Station Road, the planting there is outside the colonnade and effectively is the continuation of the linear park, which, as you'll know, runs the entire length of Station Road. So we're continuing that strategy with big lime trees, continuing the avenue effect on Station Road, underplanted with smaller amelanchias and shrub planting beneath. Then you're sort of walking under the colonnade. So it continues the sense of the linear park in terms of these two routes, the sort of fast route along the pavement edge or a slower, more meandering route through the linear park, and in this site under the colonnade, which will be greened with planting up the building columns and planting in planters against the building. And then you emerge at the west end, on the junction, into a generous public green space. On the sort of right on the nose of that space, we're proposing a big oriental plane tree, which has sufficient space there to grow into its sort of natural shape and size without pruning. So that will form a really key sort of nodal focal point at the junction in front of the building, but with views through underneath. And then we have this arrangement of generous planters. The northern one contains a lime tree, which effectively sort of continues the line of limes on Station Road and frames the views of the building. Then the plane tree, and then moving around to another lime tree at the southern side, and all underplanted with planting which we're keen to relate in some way to the planting in the Botanic Gardens opposite. So this is sort of referencing the Botanic Gardens as a key space, but providing an important amenity space with slightly raised planters for perching and movement through as a kind of focal piece of urban realm. And then as you move around onto Hills Road, the pavement is significantly wider at this point, running around the side of the building, and then into a generous pocket park, as we're calling it, which is a much sort of greener planted space, a little piece of woodland, if you like. We imagine sort of birch trees and lime trees mixed with sort of low woodland underplanting, roots through that space, places to sit, an important element in terms of sustainable drainage. But this space relating across to the Botanic Place development and the Flying Pig opposite. So as Peter says, these three kind of planted public spaces in the public realm relating in those three different ways to the surrounding context. We've also got some significant greening on the 6th floor of the building as a roof garden. That top left image illustrates that. So planting, seating with great views across the city. These images just illustrating a little bit of the sort of way we're thinking about the public realm. Second image on the top there, the sort of planters, the perching opportunities, sitting space, paving. We're using in ways to mark entrances, to mark spaces around the public realm. And then thinking about the planting, as I say, using trees of different scales and forms to do slightly different things. So the big oriental plane forming the kind of main focus in the main square, but then the smaller trees like cherry and birch trees as well beneath, so creating a sort of layering effect. And then really biodiverse planting, lots of pollinating plants beneath that to create horticultural interest. And this slide just shows a really interesting comparison, I think, between what's there now and what's being proposed in terms of the increase in public realm. So you can see the current offering 400 square metres of public realm increased to 1,500 square metres of public realm around the building.
And then this is a view of taken within that colonnade, and then the next slide is a very rapid walkthrough of that colonnade, which is intended to try and give a sense of the scale of this space. It's approximately 6 metres across and almost 8 metres high, so it will read as a bona fide part of the public realm rather than quasi-privatised space. And then you can see an image at the end of that of the landscaping at the prow of the building and the view of the War Memorial in the distance. Then we come on to the height of the building. This is as the building, as we presented last time. The line at the top of the building will remain on the screen, so that that is not part of the next slide. But we've taken away from that the building has now dropped by a story. So we've taken off all 10,000 square foot of the level 8 accommodation. There is no accommodation at level 8. And that has dropped the roof level down, and particularly the shoulder height, as we refer to it, the line in a solid line on this slide. And some people, particularly those online, might be able to still see the outline of where the building was. So in effect, that's taken a story off the top of the building. And then this is that view in a rendered form, showing the limestone clad part of the building, with just poking out on the right-hand side, you can see the component that's done in sandstone, and then we're beginning to tentatively show a location for the reuse of the ket oak, something that we will return to in a second. And then we have one walk past coming down Hills Road headed south into the public realm, a view back towards the station, and then continuing along Hills Road, which gives a sense of the scale of the building. And then we similarly have a view from Station Road looking west towards the Botanic Gardens, and following this also a very short animation moving down Station Road. And it is here that you can begin to see the idea of two interlocking forms looking into the colonnade as well, and the landscaping at both ends of that colonnade. And then similarly, we flip to a view looking north along Hills Road. And I suppose on this one you can begin to see how the facades are being articulated. We've got comparatively low glazing ratios. We're using that to, it changes as we move around the building. It's responding to the solar gains around the site, but it's also helping us then begin to articulate the block as several different facades as we move around the building. And again, there's quite a longer walk through along Hills Road with the view of the church in the background, coming past the pocket park that Robert was referring to now on the right-hand side, and then the prow of the building again. And then we're coming into the public art, or the ket oak. That was quite a prominent observation during the various bits of consultation, including the public exhibition. Since then, we have had a demolition audit undertaken of that, and we're now confident that that can be removed from the building and stored, and that we can reuse or reinstate the ket oak in some way. At the same time, we've also employed an art consultant about how to work with a sculpture of this nature. I think at the moment we have a primary position that we're thinking about, but we're also working with proposals from the art consultant, and they're also in dialogue with Dr. Kett, an academic at Newcastle University who is a descendant of the Kett family. And there are some other proposals. Our primary proposal at the moment is to reinstate this on the ground and first floor of the new building. And there are a couple of other proposals which involve placing it within landscape or against, in other parts of the landscape towards the south of the building. But I think our primary one at the moment is to place it on the ground and first floor of the building, so that it is more or less in the same position, but lower down and more part of the public realm. And one precedent for the way that we might articulate that is the reuse of the Old Exam Hall's doorway at the Student Services Centre, which was a building that I was involved in. And we did quite a lot of work on that, about how to display something of that ilk, and looked in particular at the British Museum and the way in which artefacts were displayed. So it's something of that ilk that we've got in mind at the moment, but there's still work to go through on that. And then I think we are moving on to the ground floor of the building, and you can see indicated in red is mixed use areas, the main foyer to the north of the building, and then indicated in green on this is where all of the cycle parking is at ground level on this building. And Laura, did you want to say something just?
Thanks, Peter. Since we last spoke in May, and as part of the other stakeholder engagement, We've had a look at the ground floor and we've carried out a local needs assessment. At the moment, we're thinking about putting a lot of the cycle spaces so it's convenient for users as part of the ground floor space, but also having a look at putting some community space onto where you can see the orange towards the left of the drawing. It is a work in progress at the moment, and we do welcome comments, and if there's anything in particular that you'd like us to think about and consider as we move forward with the design. Thanks, Peter.
And then the penultimate slide is around the water strategy that we're employing. There is a lot more that could be said around sustainability itself, and I've covered some of that particularly in the materials that we're using within the building. But water is obviously a very important issue within Cambridge. It's quite a water distressed area, as we know, and we have quite a comprehensive strategy that particularly involves the landscaping as part of the sustainable urban drainage, using that as stormwater attenuation and using blue roofs to further augment that stormwater attenuation, and having water storage on the site. The one thing that we're not proposing at the moment is rainwater harvesting, because our experience of that is it actually involves quite a lot of space and carbon to implement, but you usually end up with it being turned off because of issues particularly around colours and odours of water within WCs. So it's often a false economy in many respects, rainwater harvesting, but we do have grey water harvesting within the building and sustainable urban drainage, and there should be no overall increase in the use of water on the site. And then the very final slide is just to say that our intended next steps are that we have a planned second design review panel on the 14th of August, and then a second round of public consultation on the 8th of September. And then a very final image of the building at night. Thank you very much.
That's brilliant. Thank you, Peter, and thanks for keeping to time. So now over to members for questions. Councillor Bennett.
I'd also like to thank Peter for a very detailed and clear presentation. I just wanted to ask about the glazing, and, you know, bearing in mind that we are now quite a hot city and becoming hotter, and ask what provision is there in the building plan for managing overheating. You know, we've seen a lot of the new buildings coming forward, for example, with shading to the windows. Was that something you considered?
Shading in a very active sense, no. At the moment, we've got comparatively low glazing ratios, particularly on the south and especially on the west facade. The glazing ratios are about 40%. For context, a Georgian window in a Georgian house would be about 35%. And on the most difficult facades are always the west and the east, where actually you need depth to the facade, so it's more the reveals of the stonework that provide shading. So they're comparatively small windows by contemporary standards, and with relatively deep facades that provide the oblique angle views. And then also we have vents within the glazing, which are not yet indicated on the visuals, but we're relatively confident, and there's a lot of modelling behind the both the energy use and the overheating criteria.
Other councillors? Martin?
Just think you've got the model there, actually. We should maybe come and have a look at the model, shouldn't we? So I've got about 4 points. So thank you for doing the landscape for us. That's nice touch. So read that, as far as I understand, services can be moved. It's just a cost. as you say, it becomes like a part of the public domain and, in a sense, punches above its weight, I think, in that environment. It's quite a tight space, and you're trying to do quite a lot, not just for yourselves and your site, but everything else around it, really. So good luck with that. In terms of the building, so 7 stories, the sort of scale and mass of it, its neighbour buildings, it is a bit bigger. And that shows, I think that's maybe useful to look at the model on that. We'll have a look in a minute. But it does stand out somewhat, I think, in that regard, even though you've taken a slice off the top. With regard to public art, it'd be good if you can reuse that piece of public art. I know it's always a challenge with public art. Where does it go when nobody wants it? But hopefully you do want it. I think the challenge there as well will be the scale of it, because if you're going to lower it down onto the ground and first floor, it's going to have a different feel in terms of how it presents itself to the public domain as to what it is now. And finally, I can't resist, but as a part qualified architect, I just feel you've missed a trick slightly here. You've got some very curvilinear buildings opposite. You've really related it to Station Road and the rectangular buildings along that road. And you've got a vaguely triangular site. You could have done a curvilinear building that would have tied in with those buildings opposite more so than Station Road, or maybe a bit of both. And I know that's a huge statement to make, and you're at a stage. But we are what we are. You're here, and we say what we say. So that's my piece. Thank you.
I mean, on that, we did go down with, particularly with the design officers, the urban design officer. We had 3 different routes that we did explore. One of which was it filled the site a lot more. So it was a story lower and was more of a bullnose and treated both Station Road and Hills Road as equals. And during the course of developing those 3 very different strands or different approaches, the feeling coming out of that with the officers was that having a difference between the approach to Station Road and to Hills Road was quite important. So it's more fragmented with the 45-degree geometry that we get off the site through doing that, and that by stepping back we were giving a lot more to the public realm of the site. So that's the way in which it developed. And I would say on the design review panel there were compliments actually about it not being curved vis-a-vis the neighbours, that it was a slightly it was a quieter building in that sense. And was the other public art? There's a commitment to reuse it. We think we can. It's more a question of precisely how and precisely where we do that. But we're certainly the analysis that we've had done by demolition contractors, which is maybe a misleading term, carefully removing contractors perhaps, that we can remove that, much as we did with the doorway at the Student Services Centre. So we're confident that can be reused. I said it's simply a question of how. And you're right, what I should have said is that at the end is that there is a small model here, obviously only for people in person, and a collection of the proposed materials.
Peter, was there something else to be said around the choice of kind of hybrid building in terms of the rigidity that then kind of plays forward in terms of the more kind of angular building typology that you've got to kind of come forward with, rather than, a kind of curved form that might be more capable of being achieved with a kind of more of a kind of concrete and steel-based construction?
Yes, I mean, I'd say that there's probably 2 parts to that. One is a general rule that by and large, simple buildings use fewer resources. And as we move to a more resource-conscious world, things such as cantilevers or complex geometries, it's becoming very apparent just what the material and environmental cost of those is. and specifically when you move into using materials that are planar, like timber and steel, particularly timber, it is much, much easier to build those buildings if you have a coherent and repeated grid, which is in part what we've been trying to do, is get a very simple building that is made of very beautiful, enduring materials. So, if you like, the beauty, the appeal, the joy of a building of this nature actually comes from the materials that you are using more than from the shapes that are being made. And that can be quite difficult to convey in visuals often, which is why the actual materials are so much more important in that case.
Peter, can I, if just the point that the chair raised about the building being taller and standing out, might be useful just to explain the discussions we have with the officers about a smaller building looking stumpier and less appealing on the site, and just the proportions start to not be as attractive as the building we settled on.
I think more or less said it all. There's been a lot of conversations with officers around the proportions of the west and the north elevation, and there being a sense of verticality to those elevations, and perhaps slightly more horizontal emphasis to the other elevations.
Naomi?
Chair, the previous interjection was made without a microphone, and we've got a lot of people listening online. Would it be possible for the comment to be repeated for them?
The comments I made, Councillor Bennett, yeah. It was just in response to Councillor...
It's not working.
Naomi, it's not working. Yeah.
I thought it did come across. Is it coming across? Can you hear me? I think you can, though, can't you? I think some people can hear me, Councillor Bennett. It's just not you, is it?
No, the issue is we've got people watching online,
Right. Okay,
and they
I'm more
won't
than
be
happy
able
to
to hear
repeat.
you unless you speak into the microphone.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to repeat. It was just in relation to the comment that Councillor Smart made in terms of it standing out and being taller than its neighbours. We have spent quite a lot of time with the planning officers and design officers looking at proportions on the site, looking to make the best use of the land. And I think Peter's just explained it, that when you start to make the buildings smaller, it changes the emphasis in quite considerably from the building we have to more horizontal building, and the proportions look uncomfortable on the site when you make it a smaller building. That was a consensus that we had with the design officers, which is we've taken a story off, we think this is striking the balance with the building.
Martin?
Yeah, thanks for that, and I appreciate you're getting lots of different messages from different people in the process, and obviously you, the applicant, needs to be strong and put forward the scheme that you want to put forward in the end. But just to be clear, I'm not really commenting on the height of the building. I've never been particularly interested in heights in that way that some people criticise tall buildings. It's more the bulkiness of it, really, the way that it sticks out onto the street. So I'm not too sure about the colonnade, the way that it projects above the line of the existing buildings on Station Road. So that's what I'm saying, really. I'm just saying, and again, I don't advocate that buildings need to fit in with what's there already either. But from what I can see so far, and it's been a good presentation, I don't see a thing of beauty quite yet. That's what I'm saying, in my mind.
I think on that maybe we will, I think in the previous presentation we did get through a little bit more about the way the building had been composed as two blocks made of different materials, and perhaps in subsequent presentations as part of an exhibition and DRP we will cover that in more detail and cover the materials of the building, and I believe the enrichment that those bring, as opposed to, there was a version, as Mike referred to, that we looked at it being a story lower, but that pushed us down much more generic materials as a relatively flat clay brickwork and a concrete frame. And the balance was felt to be much more favourable towards higher quality materials in that case.
think it's interesting. I mean, when the application does come to committee, all the different iterations that we've seen of how this site can be developed out, officers will be able to kind of show its development, I'm sure, with the use of the design and access statement. I've got Councillor Robertson and then Councillor Griffin. You're not. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. I'm Councillor Richard Robertson for Petersfield. I'm not on the Planning Committee, but I am the Ward Councillor. Can I ask the developers what they feel, whether they feel they're in conflict with the 2004 Station Development Framework, which this building falls within? That framework provides things like the buildings from Station Road leading away from the station being gradually lower and lower towards the Hills Road end of the Station Road. This building, obviously, well, the Kett House is on the end of that building at the moment. If you build something much taller than it, you're really going to be in conflict with the framework, as far as I can see. There's also the building line of the rest of Station Road sets a sort of precedent for this whole length, does it not? But you're abandoning that building line. Perhaps you could comment on that. My second point was about the curved buildings opposite, which you have not sought to work in sympathy with. And I wonder if you would reconsider that. And the third point is the sculpture. The sculpture on the end is the Kett tree sculpture. It's an abstract sculpture, and it's difficult to see it if you're close up to it. You're really going to have to find a good place for relocating it if you want to move it. And you can't be just on the straight in front of you off the street. It has to be laid back to be able to see it properly. I think you must recognise that's an important sculpture, and we want to keep it. If we want to keep it, we certainly do want to keep it, and therefore we want to see how you're going to deal with it, and not just think about it afterwards. It's got to be part of the initial plan. Perhaps you'd like to comment on that there.
The 2004 framework is quite distant, Councillor, and in the sense that it's been overtaken by a number of documents. One, the 2018 local plan, but more critically, actually, the CB1 development and the development of Botanic Place have completely fundamentally changed the townscape. So the single reference in the 2000 SADF, in the Station Area Development Framework to Kett House, was that it was a low-grade building that didn't do justice to the corner of this site. So that's the only reference in the framework. The Richard Rogers master plan that you know I was involved in from the beginning did step down to Kett House, and the simple reason it stepped down to Kett House was Kett House was not included within the red line of CB1. So it was outside of the red line of CB1, therefore the decision was taken by the master planner to step down to a building at that point. If the building had been included at the time, it would have been a different approach. And I think things have taken over again with the developed Botanic Gardens, Botanic Place. We now have a completely different surrounding context, and the architect has responded to that new context.
Sorry, was Mr. Derbish's microphone on? I couldn't see it on. Good, thank you. Is that you're only going to answer the first one? Sorry.
Yes, on the other points, on the curved buildings, as said previously, we had various approaches that we were taking, some more rectilinear, some more curvilinear, and worked through that with design officers and had an agreed approach to that. And I would comment that the design review panel was extremely supportive of that, and it being more of a background building than the much more curvilinear buildings on the other side of the street, which are much more almost acontextual in a way and freeform. And I think in cities, personally, I find buildings like that quite challenging. They become very object-based, and we were keen for it not to be that. And as I said, that was strongly supported by the design review panel, and I don't know if Toby would have any further observations around that. On the sculpture, as said, we've been going through a process of understanding, whether or not it can be reused. We now strongly believe that is the case, and we are working through 3 different scenarios for how we place that. And at the moment, what we're showing is our current or initial thoughts around that, and that will evolve over the next few months.
I think you can kind of see indicatively in that image the kind of sculpture underneath the canopy, can't you, kind of emerging in that particular view. So I think I have Councillor Bennett again.
Thank you very much for allowing me a second question. It's really 2 points. I wanted to ask about the use of a colonnade. Is it intended that that's going to be a clear throughway for pedestrians and cycles, or is it intended to colonise it for things like open-air cafes and commercial use? That's question 1. That's just out of interest and trying to get a feel for the building. And the second one is about the bike space. It's very pleasing to see internal and secure bike storage coming forward, given that this is a hotspot for cycle theft, and that can be very demoralising for our residents who travel to work there. But I just wondered whether that still gave you a usable space on the ground floor, for other public use, and whether there was actually enough room for cycles, considering that I don't know whether the future tenants will be similar to the existing tenants, but you've got quite a lot of high density users there. I mean, accountants and lawyers, we pack them in like sardines. So, to summarise, how are you going to imagine the colonnade being used? Is there enough bike space inside? And if so, is there enough left to create a viable public space on the ground floor?
I can probably return actually to the plan on here. The bike spaces are indicated in green on this, and they're broadly compliant with the standards within Cambridge, and we've tried very hard to keep them on the ground floor. One thing I didn't mention in this presentation, because I think it was mentioned last time, is we are looking at a basement on this building, which means a lot of the mechanical equipment that we often end up with at the ground floor is in fact in the basement. And so the orange and the potentially the blue area of the ground floor are either commercial in the F&B cafe use or community use type of space. Generally, the ground floor is not an important revenue asset. In fact, is often subsidised in buildings of this nature, even if they're what to the rest of the world looks like a commercial operator. So I think there is quite a lot of space at the ground floor, and as Laura alluded to, we are going through a needs assessment about what is genuinely needed in the area. And some of the feedback at the moment has been slightly generic in some ways, so we're trying to formulate and find out what genuine needs there are in this part of Cambridge. As for the colonnade itself, we see that as very much part of the public realm. And the way that we're trying to articulate is that there isn't a demarcation line, or that it doesn't feel like colonised or privatised space any more than the pavements to the south of the building or to the west of the building would be.
Thank you.
Martin?
Yeah, I mean, if anyone else wants to chip in, there's only a couple of us been speaking mostly, so be good. I mean, I think what you said about design review panels, so they're the experts, you're right, to listen to what they've got to say. Obviously, they can only respond to what you've put on the table in the first place, so there is that. You talk about being a background building. That's usually the exact opposite to what we expect on corner sites. That's what normally gets talked about architecturally. So, but that's your prerogative to do that if you so wish. But, I mean, just to finish, I think, on what I wanted to say, and, just to go back to shapes, though, so, yeah, I sort of hesitated to say anything there, but maybe, I mean, the point there is not to take it literally in terms of the shape, i.e. curvilinear type of building, but just to think about what sort of building is best to go there, both, and I know obviously you, the architect, have thought about all of this anyway, but, you know, just what works best, and maybe it's a background building, but maybe it's not. So just to finally finish then, I said before in planning committee, and it's true to say, I think that Cambridge is a global city. It tends to get the best buildings because that's what developers, applicants want to do, and that's what the city expects. So that's what we expect on this site.
Councillor Florbert.
Thank you for that presentation. It was very useful to see that you're going to be using natural materials or incorporating them. So I just have a few comments, and you talked about that you are working with consultants, and I wanted to know if you are working also with the botanical gardens, taking guidance from them in terms of how you can use the community space more than a commercial use, as you said, for cafes. We would like to see that the general public and the residents can use the space as, for example, public events or anything related to that. And also in terms of parking, it's not clear to me, at least, how and where the parking is going to be, and also whether there would be spaces for cargo bikes, for example, for families. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Just to address the Botanic Gardens, we are in contact with Botanic Gardens, and we're working together on what we can do, especially when it comes to the community offering. It's something that's work in progress, essentially, and we're due to catch up with them again, and once we've had the members' briefing, essentially. So we'll come back to you with some ideas around what we're going to do to support.
On the car parking, that is within the basement. I think there's 14 spaces within the basement car parking, which is quite a reduction on what is on the site at the moment. And then in answer to things such as cargo bikes and larger bikes, yes, there are. I mean, to those with very, very good eyesight or a screen at home, there are, within the green area that's indicated here, there are larger rectangles shown, which are, Sheffield stands for things like cargo bikes, etc. So there is a range of cycle parking types planned into the cycle parking spaces.
That's great, thanks. It's quite unusual, actually, within CB1 to see kind of ground floor level taken up with cycle parking, even with the Flying Pig site opposite. It's on a lower level, so it's much more accessible than lots of the other cycle parking that we've seen in the redevelopment. Any members got any other questions? Councillor Robertson, and I think we'll call it to a close after Councillor Robertson's question.
I just wanted to return to the matter of the framework which it stands within. The station development framework does include this building. Although the CB1, it's not in CB1, that's agreed, but that's probably because Brookgate don't own it, or didn't own it. Anyway, the point is that it's an important view within Cambridge from the War Memorial on Hills Road. Although it's been moved from the middle of the road, it still looks towards the station, up Station Road. And by proposing the building so wide, it's blocking the view to some extent, or would block the view. It also blocked the view north and south along Hills Road to some extent. I do think you need to recognise that and scale it down if you want to get it approved. That's my view, but you come up with something better, I guess. But I do think the views along around that area are important to us and should be preserved.
I'll do my best. We've been working very carefully and closely with Toby and his team about the views that we need to model and explore. I think there was, I don't know, Peter, if you could show one of the images which shows the Grade 1 church in the view. We've carefully modelled that, so if you come into the city, walking towards the city, is it that one? I don't think it was that one. It's that one there. So you can see how we tried to frame the important view down the road, which is the church on the corner, which is the Grade 1 church. So that's the critical view in terms of townscape. We've modelled all the other long-term views. We didn't think we wanted to show those today because I don't think it was an issue raised last time, but we're more than happy to sit down with you and take you through those views in detail if you want to. But rest assured, they have been modelled. We have been talking in some length with the officers as to what are the key views, and I think that shows quite clearly how we frame that important view to the south.
I think I'd say on views of the War Memorial, it's visible through the colonnade, and it is visible along quite a lot of Station Road as well.
Okay, so those views will be furnished in due course, and they may well come out during the public consultation exercise. So I think I'll call that a wrap. Thank you for everyone for attending, particularly the developer team for coming again to represent the scheme. It looks like the scheme has developed since members saw it last. So there is obviously there's some further kind of public consultation events and another DRP that the developers are going to attend. But for now, thank you everyone for attending. I think we'll have a short break before planning committee starts. It would be, if members do have time, I have specifically asked for the physical model to be brought in today so that people can kind of have a look at it. I think these are really kind of important things that our officers and developers use to kind of understand context. So if you've got a bit of time, have a look at the model, have a play around with it. I think little bits kind of come in and out. Thank you, everyone. 11:15 start for planning committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Smart and I'm the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place at 11 a.m, or just after rather, on Wednesday the 23rd of July. Councillor Griffin has replaced Councillor Goldthorpe Wood as a Labour alternate councillor as listed in the third circulation agenda, which contains 25th of June minutes. I will now introduce, well, perhaps if councillors want to introduce themselves, starting with Rob here.
Can they go again?
It's working, yeah. Councillor Robert Dryden, Sherrington Ward.
Councillor Flaubert at Trumpington.
Councillor Griffin Coleridge, and I'm here replacing Dave Bajan today. So, because I'm a new reserve, I hope that's clear. Thank you.
What we meant earlier, Councillor, sorry if it wasn't clear, is you have replaced Councillor Goldthorpe Wood as a reserve, but you are here today instead of Councillor Bajan.
Yes.
Just to clarify.
Yes. Thank you.
Councillor Mike Todd-Jones, Arby Ward.
Councillor Naomi Bennett, Abbey Ward, here as the alternate for Councillor Matthew Howard, also Abbey Ward.
Councillor Bob Illingworth from East Chesterton Ward.
Right, thank you, councillors. Actually, before we need to go on, I think we probably need to elect a new vice chair for the day. The need for that, should I don't know, not be able to do it for any reason. The main thing is because if any matters need to go to chair, vice chair and spokes, we need a vice chair in the meeting on the item, because obviously the vice chair that's here can't do that because that person is not taking part in the meeting or the items. So, Rob, would you like to be vice chair? I don't know, you've had a lot of experience of planning. Yes, anyone else is putting themselves forward? We haven't discussed beforehand.
I was going to propose Robert too, because he's the oldest. Sorry, not the oldest.
It's a bit mean, Naomi. It came out the wrong way.
The longest serving member of the planning committee, so it seemed most appropriate for him to be vice chair.
I just say that Rob has been on planning committee before, and he's, you know, very competent at planning. So that's all I'm putting forward. But if any other member, yes, exactly, yes. So is that any other thoughts, Ingrid? Yeah.
I second that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flaubert. Okay, if that's okay with everyone. Should we have just a vote of affirmation on that? So, Councillor Dryden as Vice Chair of this committee. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Rob. Thank you. You're okay with that, are you? Good, good. Okay, we go on. Right. Now, where was I? Apologies. Now, we've had the apologies mentioned for Councillor Bajan. Also, Councillor Thornborough has unfortunately not been able to come today so she won't be here for this meeting either. And we've not been able to get a replacement for her, but we only need 3 for a decision, so we've got plenty, no props. Right, moving on. Officers permanent at the table for this meeting are Delivery Manager Toby Williams, on my right, Legal Advisor, obviously, Keith Barber, Committee Manager James Goddard, and Claire Tunnicliffe is the producer. You're listed twice, Claire, I don't know why. And we've also got Sarah here, she seems, oh, there you are, hello. Hi, Sarah, Sarah's new. And other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 45-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. And just on that, the plan is to do this first item and then have a lunch break, and then we'll do the rest after that. So that's my plan. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk could be broadcast at some point, as cameras within the room follow the microphone being switched on. If you are following the Teams meeting in the room, on your laptop, your audio, microphone and camera must be switched off. If the fire alarm sounds, please follow officers who will leave the room and exit the building via the Pease Hill staircase and exit. Please do not use the lift. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Switch off your microphone and camera unless you're invited to speak. Please note, if a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. Questions of clarification from members to officers. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes to those speaking in support and 3 minutes to those speaking against, unless advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask the planning delivery manager to summarise the officer recommendation, which will pick up amendments during the debate. I will then ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. The council has a convention for major planning applications known as the Adjourned Decision Protocol, where there is a majority resolution that is minded to make a decision contrary to the officer recommendation. The decision to determine the application will then be adjourned and the officers will prepare a further report which will come back to a future meeting of this committee. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to hold short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. So let's have a look. Agenda item 3. Agenda. Apologies. So we've had apologies already, haven't we? Done all that, James? Yep. So any declarations of interest, councillors? Okay. Minutes to follow. Have we got minutes?
Sorry, if I may, Chair. The minutes were published Thursday last week, and I believe I sent round an email notification to councillors there for the 25th of June.
Right, thank you. Okay. I don't know if this screen can work at all. James, if not, I'll just look at the big screen. So I think we're all set to go then. Item 5, thank you, James. The Paddocks, Cherry Hinton. What have we got? Cherry Hinton, Karen. Okay. Karen, you're here in person, so when you're ready then, please. Oh, speakers. Let's get speakers up. What have we got? So we've got Polly, objector, and Howard, agent. I declare that I know Polly from some years ago, but my discretion is unfettered. Okie doke. Right, Karen, over to you then.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a planning application, which is a hybrid planning application. So it comprises 2 parts, which is part A is full application for phase 1 to include demolition of existing buildings and structures and erection of a single building under use class EG, which is offices, light, industrial and research and development, with associated site infrastructure, landscaping, car and cycle parking provision and access, including changes to the existing access road off Cherry Hinton Road. Part B is an outline application for phases 2 to 5, which is 4 additional buildings, with all matters reserved to include demolition of existing buildings and structures and erection of buildings under use class EG, as previously stated. So just in terms of a verbal update, we have some conditions that have been updated. So there's a number of conditions which have updated in relation to phasing. So just add in for each relevant phase after the details which are required. Just to go further, condition 14, in relation to the installation of the extraction ductwork for each relevant phase. Again, condition 23, which is the archaeological condition, so the development can, so it needs to exclude demolition and disconnection of services from the commencement of development. So those works can be carried out prior to the archaeological investigation being carried out. Conditions 28 and 29 in relation to sustainability, that is now one condition. condition 29, as you can see, it's now above ground level of phase 3, which is the public art delivery plan. Just to go on, the water efficiency condition has been amended. Cycle parking to ensure it's green or brown roofs. Just a reference to buildings instead of premises in condition 39, which is the use. And then condition 45 relates to finished floor levels. So previously it was asked for the finished floor levels to be 300 millimetres above ground level in the areas which are subject to surface water flood risk. That has now been amended to ask for flood resistant and flood resilience measures instead of the ground levels. Just a slight amendment to the plans. Some of the indicative plans were on there which have now been removed. And the conditions in relation to the BRE certificates refer to phase 1 now, specifically. We have a new condition just to say the development should be carried out in accordance with the design code, which supports the outline element of the application. So just to go on to the actual presentation. So the site is to the north of Cherry Hinton Road within the Coleridge ward of the city. It is surrounded by residential development in Brooklyn Courts, Berlin Courts, Cherry Hinton Road to the south, Jasmine Court, Chalmers Road to the north, Kelvin Close to the east, and then you have allotments with Pern Road beyond to the west. So the full application is this area shaded in blue on the screen only, which is phase 1 of the development, which is at the southwestern corner of the site. And then the outline application with all matters reserved is for phases 2 to 5 in the northeast, southeast and northwest of the site. So just to point out, so for example, this is phase 1. You have phases 2 here, if you can see my laser pointer, and down here, phase 3, and then phases 4 is northwest, and phase 5 is northeast. So just to go on to the constraints of the site. So at the moment, the site is allocated in the adopted local plan for residential purposes. It's an existing employment use on the site, which covers class B1, B2, and B8 uses. There's a tree preservation order, a group tree preservation order along the northern and western boundaries of the site. And then there's 2 individual tree preservation orders along the southern boundary of the site adjacent to residential properties. There's a protected open space to the western side of the site, which is the allotments. And the site is in flood zone 1, but it is in an area of surface water risk. So the site measures 2.8 hectares in area. So here's an existing aerial 3D view of the site. So as you can see, this is Cherry Hinton Road at the bottom of the screen. The access, which comes in here. As you can see, at the moment, the site has an access all the way along from north to south, with the buildings to the east and west side of the access. And then you have access around the perimeter of the site here as well, which comes around and then comes around like that. These are the trees preservation orders, just here, the allotments, etc. Just got some existing photographs of the site to give you an idea of what is there at the moment. So this is from Cherry Hinton Road along the access. So the existing access is a 2-way access with footpaths both sides, no cycle lane on the existing access into the site. You've got residential properties, which on Cherry Hinton Road, just here. This is another residential property just here. And then 2-storey, and then you have 3-storey. This is Berlin Court and Brooklyn Court to the western side. So this is just coming into the site. I think some of the members were on the site visit the other day, so we had a little walk around. But this is a property known as Lincoln House. So this is the position where phase 1 will come forward in roughly the same area as Lincoln House. And then you can see there's a range of like existing industrial units on the site, which then goes up to sort of 2-storey, again, industrial units, stroke offices, etc. So this is looking directly towards the rear boundary of the site with the trees. Again, this is from the other end, looking back towards Cherry Hinton Road, just to show the existing trees on the site internally. And then you've got a view here, which is, so Burling Court is on the right, Brooklyn Court is on the left, and you can just see Lincoln House here behind the trees. Okay, this is Jasmine Court again from Cherry Hinton Road, where you've got views through to Lincoln House here. So you can see Jasmine Court is 3 stories. And then I've just done taken a photograph from Adkins Corner, which is on the roundabout which links Pern Road with Cherry Hinton Road. So this is from Chalmers Road, which is to the north of the site, 2-storey residential properties. So just to show there's some spaces between the dwellings where the development would be visible. I'll come on later, I have got some visuals of the properties from the proposal in relation to the properties. And again here from Kelvin Close, you can see the existing buildings here. So just a few key facts regarding the proposal. So the site area, I think I said it previously, it's 2.8 hectares and it's a brownfield land which is close to the city centre, reasonably sustainable location. So existing floor space on the site is about approximately 12,500 square metres. That will proposed floor space is approximately 24,500 square metres, so nearly double what's on the existing site at the moment. The existing access from Cherry Hinton Road would be improved, so a new cycle lane would be introduced along with the shared surface, and then there's also additional landscaping to the west of that access. So in terms of the existing parking on the site, there's 308 car parking spaces and 95 cycle parking spaces, and that will be, car parking spaces would be reduced significantly to 200, and then cycle parking spaces increased significantly to 388. Majority of the existing trees will be retained on the site. 13 out of 219 trees would be removed. No category A trees are proposed to be removed. New landscaping is significant within the site, so when you saw the existing access through the centre of the site, that will, at the end of the development, be wholly landscaped with pedestrian and cycle access only, along with landscaping around the perimeter of the building and the boundaries of the site. So 90 new trees at least are proposed as part of the development. There'll be a 13% uplift in habitat units and 509% uplift in hedgerow units in terms of biodiversity net gain. Just in terms of traffic movements, there'll be a decrease in traffic movements from the development. The proposed mode share is looking to be 44% cycles, 11% pedestrians, 9% public transport, 28% cars. There's a bus stop in very close proximity to the site on Cherry Hinton Road, and it's approximately 2 kilometres from Cambridge Railway Station. The surface water drainage proposed is through SUDs on blue-green roofs on the buildings. The reason for that is because there's a number of surfaces underneath the site, so it's not possible to have soakaways, that kind of thing. And in terms of sustainability, we're looking for BREEAM excellence, so there's going to be solar PV, air source heat pumps, etc., etc. So just to go on in detail a bit more to phase 1. So as I said previously, it's a single building. which would be set back approximately 90 metres from Cherry Hinton Road. It is what we call a shell and core building. So basically the shell of the building will be provided along with the service core, and then tenants will be able to move in. So it's very adaptable, flexible, could potentially be used as one single unit or could potentially be used as 4 separate units. In terms of the size of the building, so the length of the building this way is 47.5 metres approximately, and 33 metres in depth this way. You've got 24 car parking spaces and 55 cycle parking spaces. So this is the car parking along here. There's a couple of spaces at the top here. You have 2 disabled parking spaces here. There's 14 electric car charging points and 55 cycle parking spaces on this, specifically on phase 1. So cycle parking is here, over here, and there's some down here as well. So this is the main central spine. So only part of that will be provided under the phase 1 application because it's still a working site for the remainder of the buildings on the site. So the leases on the buildings basically expire at different times. So the site can only be developed in phases, and while the rest of the site is still working and the buildings are under their current uses. So you do have, sorry, just to move on. So that's, it's not very clear, but a bit more detail regarding the building. So just to the west of the building, you have, here we go, refuse storage area, substation, and there is an area here under the tree for amenity space. So just in more detail regarding the building. So again, this is your core area here, 4 separate open plan spaces. This is ground floor. So it could potentially be 4 separate units. You have a service delivery bay at the rear here, along with the plant room. This is a mezzanine plan, so you could also have a mezzanine. So in terms of the use of the buildings, it's important to have internal building heights of approximately 8.4 metres to allow the equipment to be provided within the buildings. This is the floor above the mezzanine, so technically second floor. So here you'll have another open plan area, so internally, and then you have an external roof terrace to the south, indicative PV area, and again plant and indicative PV area here. That's the roof plan, so that's pretty similar. Potentially tenants may have flues, so this is just the indicative area of a flue, and roof access hatch, etc. So this is the elevation. So this is to the south facing Brooklyn Court. So the height of the building to this position here will be, just check, 10.3 metres. And then this element here will be set back an additional 12 metres from the edge here. This will be 14.4 metres. And then this is space for plant on top of the roof with a screen around the plant, which will be up to 17.2 metres. These measurements here are above, not above ground level. Very different. Just to go on. So this is the building facing the central spine. So this is the elevation we were looking at previously, which is the 10.3 metres high, with your 12 metres coming back before it rises to 14 metres. And then you've got the 17.2 metres. So in terms of materials, they will be flat, obviously blue roofs for the surface water drainage, vertical cladding, metal cladding. You have these elements here are fins to provide some solar shading. You have an entrance feature here, and then sort of full height glazing at ground floor level. Just to go on, so this is the west elevation facing towards Pern Road. So just show this is the delivery bay, plant area, etc. So this will be louvers next to the plant area. And again, this is the elevation which will be facing north towards phase 2A of the site. I've got some sections probably. So here's an indicative visual. So this is phase 1 just here. So you can see the building in here with the fins, the vertical cladding. So the lower section here, which is approximately 10.3 metres, and then increasing in height to 14 metres here, and then 17.2 metres. So this is the new access with cycle lanes both side, footpath, and this is a new landscaped area, which is just hard surface parking at the moment. And then you have the central spine here. Just a question that came up, there's a pedestrian crossing here, which will go from the footpath towards the central landscape spine. I think that's a question that came up at the last committee. Again, some additional images of the building, just to show, give you an idea what the development's sort of sense of feeling. And again, so this is looking back down towards Cherry Hinton Road. So this will be, so again, this is phase 1. This will be a shared cycle footway, so there'll be no vehicular access through the central spine. Just going to sustainable design, I think we sort of spoke about that before, but blue roofs with rainwater harvesting, PV panels, obviously water efficiency. We're looking at sort of reflective and light-toned materials to try and prevent urban heat island, etc. So this, bear with me a second. So this is just going on to the outline element of the application. So the outline element of the application is supported by these parameter plans, 5 parameter plans, which I'll show you, and a design code as well as an illustrative master plan, whereas the full element of the application is supported by a detailed design and access statement and full plans. So just to go on, so this is the land use parameter plan, which just sets out the area for the developable area of the site, which is the yellow, the tree protection zone along the northern and western boundaries, and a 25-metre buffer from the residential properties. The building heights and layout plan. So this shows the heights of the buildings as part of the outline application, which is the maximum parameters. So in terms of the very pale orange will be 10.75 metres. The mid-orange will be 14.95 metres, and the dark orange will be 17.75 metres. So the buildings will be, so this dashed line here is a flexible zone. So the buildings could potentially come out to the edge of where the dashed line is, but may not. Those details will be for reserved matters to be considered later, but we have to consider what the maximum parameters are as part of this application. Then through the centre here, you have the proposed central green spine, which ranges from 10 to 18 metres with flexibility. So it's trying to, so the buildings are articulated to try and create interest, so it's not just one long straight element. So there's areas which are slightly closer and areas which are slightly further away to create more of a community area. So, we're going onto the green infrastructure plan. So in terms of the planting in the central spine, this will be for the larger trees. Then you have the medium trees around the perimeter of the site and in here. And obviously around the edge of the buildings as well. So access and movement plans. So there will be a vehicular access coming from Cherry Hinton Road down the access, and then it will go around the outside of the site. It will be a one-way system. Pedestrians and vehicles would be, pedestrians and cyclists, sorry, would be advised to come through this area here. This is the service delivery area around the back here. And this is the phases in detail. So phase 1, obviously what we're looking at today, full application. Phase 2, 2B, 2A, 2B, 3, 4, 5. So just a bit more details with regards to the central landscape spine. So you've got these seating areas on here, a water feature, you've got a fitness element, and then you've got areas such as cycle parking over here and potential for food vans to come and hook up to try and create a bit of a community feel and sort of social area in here as the main central area. Just an illustrative sketch of the elevations. So in terms of the design code, it proposes 2 different types of character areas. So you have character areas at the front, which are the more contemporary flat roof buildings, but then as more adjacent to the neighbouring properties to the rear, you have a bit more of a bit more interest to the edges of the buildings in terms of pitched roofs, etc. Excuse me. So just in terms of the existing and proposed views from Cherry Hinton Road along the access. So as we saw previously, this is Lincoln House just here. And this is the proposed new building on phase 1. Just go on. So this is Jasmine from Jasmine Court. So existing Lincoln House here and the proposed building on phase 1. So this is from Wolfston Way, excuse me, looking towards Burling Court. So you can just see in there, it's not very good, but increase in height here. This is from Chalmers Road. So we have this is the existing view and this is the wireframe view. So just to note that part of this building will be set back from a significant amount from the boundary. And this is from Kelvin Close. So you see the existing building in here, and this is the proposed wireframe view. Again, Adkins Corner. This is the proposed along here. So just in terms of the relationship with neighbours, from, where should I start? This is Burling Court down here. So there's approximately 24 metres to the building on phase 1. Again, 25 metres to Brooklyn Court. Jasmine Court, you have 27 metres. Again, this is about 26 metres to 349A Cherry Hinton Road. You have 45 metres to, this is Kelvin Close along here, the dwellings on Kelvin Close. So it ranges, so 45 metres to the south, 40 metres in this element here, and then going on to 47 and 50 metres up here. And again, you've got 46 metres, 50 metres and 46 metres there. And then significant distance to Perm Road with the allotments in between. So just in terms of the daylight and sunlight analysis, tall building policy criteria, what we look at is a 25-degree rule when we assess the impact on daylight and sunlight to residential properties. And this is the daylight and sunlight envelope measured from the rear elevations of the neighbouring properties. Again, similar relationship with neighbours. So in terms of the key considerations, we are looking at the principle of development. loss of residential, in terms of the loss of the residential allocation and a retention and increase of employment on the site, character and appearance of the area and design considerations, heritage assets. There is Cherry Hinton Hall just along the road, about 400 metres to the east, impact on trees, biodiversity, so protected species and biodiversity net gain, so transport, highway safety and parking, flood risk and drainage, residential amenity and sustainability. So in terms of the planning balance, so the key material considerations in favour of approval is retention of an employment development on a brownfield site in a sustainable location, mid-tech employment uses where there has been a need identified for such uses, flexible and adaptable buildings, provision of approximately, I think it's 925 jobs, biodiversity net gain, BREEAM excellent buildings, and the key material considerations against the proposal are the loss of the residential allocation for approximately 123 dwellings on site under policy R7. The officer recommendation is approval subject to conditions to be agreed and a section 106. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Karen. Before we go on, just to say this is the Paddocks, Cherry Hinton, item 5. As I said earlier, we won't be starting the next item after this until after lunch. That will be at 1 o'clock or probably later. So just so you know, you're quite welcome to stay and watch this item if you come to watch this item. So now we're going to do questions of clarification, members, before we go on to speakers and debate. So are there any questions of clarification from the case officer? Councillor Dryden.
Just wondered, on the drawings you had going in the entrance, it looked like it was only wide enough for one vehicle. Was that right, or was that just... Oh, no, that's just... sorry, it just... So that they'd be able for two vehicles to pass each other going in and out of the site?
If
Use your microphone.
yeah, it's a shared surface with cycle lanes both sides. So obviously if there's not a cycle in the cycle lane, the cars can move.
That was right. So vehicles coming in and out passing would have to go onto the cycle lanes to get in and out then?
Just stop a minute then. Okay, so I understand that you might all want to discuss whether you want to stay or go, but we're having a debate here about an item, a planning item. So if you want to have a chat about something, can you go outside and discuss, please? Because we can't hear one another talk. So, Councillor... Pardon me? That's not possible, madam. It's a running meeting. We do one item at a time. There are no set times for starts and ends of times. I did speak to Councillor Glasberg, who is a local ward councillor who asked this very question. I said to her the best estimate I could give, but it was an estimate, was that the item, if you've come for the items that come from Newnham, which you may have, I don't know, but those items, I mean, i.e. the next item after this onwards, will not start until 1 o'clock at the very earliest, because we have a 45-minute lunch break. We've had a briefing already. This is the item, the major item we're doing at the moment, and then after that, we will do the next items. But I don't know how long this item will last. But thank you for your question. Councillor Dryden.
No, I was just asking about I think more the health, the safety of only enough room for one vehicle coming out that main entrance.
It is a shared surface, but the local highway authority has obviously looked at that carefully and has no objections to the proposal. I can't confirm the exact width of that access offhand.
Okay, Councillor Dryden.
Sorry, I have to say, for a main building like that, coming onto quite a busy road, vehicles coming in and out just on the one width of one, using the cycleway, because it looks like the site's going to be going to be a lot more cyclists, they hope to be, and pedestrians. It looks like there could be a health and safety road hazard there. I'm just wondering how that's going to, I mean, you say the highways have accepted it now, which I can't argue with the experts, but it just seems a bit of a hazard to me.
Yeah, thanks for that. Good point. I think that gets in debate. If you can pick that up later, please, when we get debating on it. So, Councillor Floorbearer, questions of clarification?
Thank you. Yes, I have a question about page 7, the voids, and I apologise, but I wasn't a member when these items, so there are many kind of questions I have. So the voids, they've been removed, the space for the voids in page 7?
Void,
Yes.
the void parking.
Yes, why has been, this is the case?
So there's
now?
void park.
This is not a question of clarification. This is a question of why something happened. So let's do that in debate. This is just understanding anything that the case officer has presented that you don't understand, that you need to understand, and then we'll go forward from there. So, Councillor Todd-Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, can I just pose a couple of queries regarding the status of the current local plan and the allocated housing? I know it's referred to in 9.2 of the report in terms of summary of harm, and also was in the previous report that came to, I think, the 5th of June.
Okay, that's debate as well, Councillor. It's a tricky one. I mean, it's just meant to be, this is a new thing, obviously, councillors, that we're doing, and members of the public who are listening in, this is the aim, is to get questions clarification, then we have speakers, then we have debate. And it's a new way of working, and I don't think it's working that well, personally. But I think what we'll do is, any more questions for clarification? Yes, Councillor Annette.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two short ones. The first is the central spine for pedestrians and cyclists. When you made the presentation, which was a very nice, clear one, thank you, we could see that there were various bits of landscaping and seating on that area, but I couldn't judge from the illustrative thing whether that was sufficient to stop a motor vehicle, say like a car or a van driving down the centre, which was something that I think would be quite a good thing to include in design. So that was question 1. And the question 2 is that I know the area fairly well because that's where my mum's nursing home was. And there's not an awful lot of places to pick up a sandwich or something.
Right, this is not a question of clarification. So
I
need to get to hear the speakers, that's important, and
Yeah.
then we'll get into debate, councillors. So let's do that. So the first speaker is Polly. Polly, you have 3 minutes to speak
Thank you very
on the
much.
item. Half a minute before the end, the bell goes to let you know you're coming to the end of your time, and then, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm objecting to the application on behalf of the residents of number 4, 6, 8, 10, 12A, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21, 21A, 24 and 32 of Kelvin Close. We object in particular to phase 4 and 5, in particular to the scale of those buildings. The original report prepared for the meeting on the 5th of June at paragraph 10.60 asserted that the scale of the new buildings would be similar to the existing buildings. I say that that's not true. The existing buildings backing onto the properties at the end of Kelvin Close are 7 metres. The buildings proposed in the planning application are 17.75, so almost 18 metres. That's 2.5 times the height of the current buildings. I say that's not a similar scale. In relation to the report prepared for June, at paragraph 6.3, the landscape officer said that although phases 1, 2 and B were acceptable, concerns are maintained in relation to phases 4 and 5 with regards to the massing, height and roof form and resulting incongruous structures adjacent to the residential context. And then at 6.4, the urban design officer said the massing and height may seem too intense and dominant on the public realm, and finer grain buildings are preferred, which would better reflect the character of the generally smaller buildings, mainly houses in the surrounding area. That was raised with the planning officer on the 5th of June, and he responded that those officers had gone outside their remit, but that doesn't specifically address the concerns they've raised about the scale and massing of these buildings. I would say that those concerns of the urban design officer and the landscape officer are also reflected in the report from the Greater Cambridge Design Review Panel. They, whilst accepting that the planning authority endorsed the approach, they say, and it's page 51 of the pack, the layout, detail, edge treatments, public spaces and landscape character would benefit from a holistic integration with the neighbouring sites. This is not a science park, and yet the imagery and formality suggest that the aesthetic is more akin to an out-of-town site. I think that's a very important point. I accept the metrics in relation to daylight and sunlight. That's not our issue. The issue is that this is going to dominate the skyline, effectively obliterate the skyline for those people, particularly living in Kelvin Close and Chalmers Road.
Wind up then, Polly, that's it.
Am I done?
Finish your sentence, finish your sentence.
I think I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much, very good. Okay, next speaker is Howard, the agent. Howard, hello Howard. Yep, that's good there. Not there. Polly, do you mind moving? And
No,
then
I
Howard can sit
don't.
there. That'd probably be the best thing. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Sorry.
So Howard, when you get settled, you get 3 minutes the same. Half a minute before the end, you get your you get a bell to let you know you're coming to the end of your time. So just when you're ready.
Good morning, councillors. We'd like to thank your planning officers for their recommendation for approval and their tireless work over the last 2 years. Their expert input has been greatly appreciated, and together we've arrived at these refined proposals. In March 2025, the Greater Cambridge Warehouse and Industrial Space Needs Evidence-Based report identified a significant demand for mid-tech space, such as that we're proposing at the Paddocks. As noted in your officer's report, the project will deliver a number of significant planning benefits, and is wholly consistent with your development plan. Your officer's report notes that the buildings would be flexible and adaptable and provide a variety of unit sizes for a range of uses. 925 jobs will be created. These benefits can be attributed to significant weight. We have heavily engaged with the neighbouring residents and the wider community, hosting public exhibitions, drop-in sessions, webinars, dedicated consultation website, and promoting the proposals to flyers and social media. Supported by your youth engagement services, we have visited 2 schools and invited students to site. The scheme includes street art, designed by the student competition winners from St Albans Catholic Primary School. We have been very cognizant of the urban setting of the Paddocks and the neighbouring residential. Many of the structures are further from the residential properties to those presently on site, and as part of our supplementary submission following the May Planning Committee, we've provided scale plans and a pack to show this. In accordance with Part C to E of your Planning Policy 60, the scale and massing of the architectural quality of the proposals has been developed through iterative testing and with your officers and the design review panel. They have confirmed that the building sits comfortably in the context of its environment. The planner were supportive of the massing of the scheme, and it is also noted that the Council's Urban Design Officer has raised no objection in relation to the design or massing of the scheme. Phases 2 to 5 of the scheme have been submitted in outline, as Karen has detailed, and the detailed design will be subject to reserved matters consent. These reserved matters must observe clear design parameters set out in the parameters plan and in the design code. This is secured by a planning condition. It is obligatory upon us to comply with it, not optional. In addition to the heights and defined on the drawings, the design code will define a series of additional commitments relating to the quality and height and landscaping. In May, you sought additional information. We've provided that. We've provided daylight and sunlight analysis. It's fully compliant with BRE and Cambridge planning policy. The landscaping scheme is supported by your DRP and your officers. And in response to member feedback, additional mature trees will be placed along the eastern boundary of the site to buffer the properties from Kelvin Close. The Section 106 has been agreed, and the heads of terms have also been agreed. Fine. I can
Just finish off your sentence if you've got anything.
Sorry,
have you
say again?
finished? Have you finished, or do you want to finish that sentence?
I've got like three sentences.
Oh, that's too much. Okay, stop there then. So thanks very much, everyone. Thanks to the speakers. Now, let's have debate. Sorry, councillors, I had to shut you up earlier, but I mean, we just need to get to hear the speakers and then get into debate. So, councillors, debate. Yes, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to ask about what social amenity cafe space there is for workers on the site. And bearing in mind that 988 is on the smaller end of scales, if it's proposed that it should be provided by food vans, that we have a suitable EV charging point. And that's all really I wanted to say at this stage of the debate.
Thank you. Anything else? Any more? Yeah, Councillor Todd-Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for my misunderstanding earlier in terms of flagging up questions. But yes, what I was going to go on to say, I was going to ask about the status of the current local plan. Where I believe, as with the local plan in 2006, the site had allocated housing, 123 dwellings, and that's referenced in 9.2 of this report, and was also referenced in the report back on the 5th of June. I'm kind of assuming that the emerging shared local plan kind of takes precedence, but nevertheless, I would like to point out, I mean, we've had many proposals coming forward to this committee relating to research and development, mid-tech development, lab space, and so forth. And as we know, there's a pressing housing need here in Cambridge. So I am quite concerned, and it's interesting, it's described as a summary of harm, as with your presentation, about the loss of housing. I think that is a real issue, given the pressing need for housing that I've mentioned. But I would like a bit of clarification in terms of the status of the various local plans and why we can't consider housing on this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, yeah, Councillor Dryden.
I'll just carry on what Councillor Mike Todd-Jones said. I had concerns about the loss of housing on there, but I wasn't going to carry on with it because I thought that was a lost cause now. There's been agreed for this development, not the planning, but agreed for that what's going to happen there, and houses is not an option now. Is that right?
Righto, thank you. Okay, yeah, Councillor Griffin.
So I assume there's going to be an increase in economic activity at this site. There'll be more jobs and so on, more companies working there. So I would like to see some sort of estimate of the traffic. I'm not just thinking about people who are working there, but delivery vans, lorries coming in there. I'm concerned, as was expressed by Councillor Dryden, that narrow access point, and especially the intersection with Cherry Hinton, is going to become a dangerous intersection, and that it seems like a very narrow access point for what might be a greatly increased traffic load. And I would like to see some estimates about the kind of traffic we might see on that narrow road, that access road. So I'm very concerned about the safety and of that road and the intersection with Cherry Hinton. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Councillor. I'll just ask a couple of things and then we'll go back to the case officer and then we can come back for another round of questions. So I just wanted to pick up on what one of the speakers said about the existing building being circa 7 metres high, and the proposed building being 17.75 metres high, and comments on the scale massing and form. So I don't know if you want to bring any clarification to that at all, or whether you just want to comment on it. The second thing, the dwellings have always been mentioned, 123 dwellings as listed in your planning balance. Just if you could clarify for everyone what a hybrid application is, just so everyone's clear what we've got on the table today here. And you never quite made it clear, perhaps, that the 25-degree rule is not broken. So just if you want to just explain maybe a bit more clearly for everyone just what it's all about and how it applies to this scheme. Thanks. I'm going to leave it with you now then, Karen, and then we can come back to members afterwards. Thanks.
Thank you. So just in terms of the first question from Councillor Bennett was regarding the social amenity. So there's not any cafes proposed on the site at the moment as part of the current plans, and not under the outline element of the application either, but there is potential for food vans to be parked on the site. But the site is in quite close proximity to, there's a co-op on the Adkins corner, which is approximately 200 metres from the site. So it's quite accessible to sort of local amenities, etc. So in terms of the Councillor Todd Jones, the adopted 2018 local plan does have the residential allocation, so we do have to assess the application in terms of the loss of that allocation. However, a material consideration is that the emerging local plan does not have a policy for residential on this site. This is mainly due to the leases on the building not coming forward during the local plan period. So we've got the buildings, leases go up to 2038. So also the amount of housing that can be provided within the next 5 years on the site would be very, very limited, if, well, not zero. So therefore, the retention of the existing employment use on the site is also, and an increase in the employment on site is also a material consideration. So in our planning balance, we obviously have considered that, and we've considered the council's 5-year housing land supply figures, the updated trajectory from April 2025, etc. Yeah, hope that's okay. So yeah, increase in economic activity. If I can share my presentation again, it was in the key points in my presentation. Bear with me. Hopefully. No, stop working now. Okay. Sorry, bear with me a second. Sorry. Here we go. Sorry to keep you. So in terms of existing traffic movements, we have 154 in the AM peak and 1114 in the PM peak. And proposed traffic movements 96 in the AM peak and 77 in the PM peak. So it is in detail, it's in the report in detail, but there's a decrease in traffic movements. So you had a question about the narrow access. I've just had, which Councillor Dryden had before, I've just had a quick look at the plan. If you bear with me, I might be able to show you, but it is a single single carriageway with cycle lanes both sides, but it's called a shared surface, so the whole of the carriageway will be available for vehicles to drive on. Yeah, so approximately 6 metres wide, the whole of the shared surface. In terms of this scale, Councillor Smart, you asked about you've referred to the similar scale. I believe I said scale in terms of the footprint of the buildings rather than the height of the buildings in the report. So in terms of the hybrid application, so it's a part full application and a part outline application with details reserved to be agreed at a later stage. And the 25-degree rule, which is measured from the rear elevations of the neighbouring properties, that is, if it obstructs the 25-degree rule line, it potentially is an issue in terms of loss of light, etc. The whole scheme does not obstruct the 25-degree line. So in our view, officers' view is acceptable in terms of light, sunlight and daylight. Thank you.
And my question about the speaker's reference to the height of the existing and proposed buildings and scale, mass and form.
Yeah, so existing buildings they range across the site. So just for example, Lincoln House is about 9.3 metres high, and the proposed buildings close to where phase 5 would be is approximately 7 metres high. So the proposed development would be significantly greater in terms of its height than the existing buildings. But the buildings would have elements which would be lower, closer to the boundaries, and then step up higher into the site.
Okay, I know Toby wants to come in. Just to be clear then, so they vary. For example, could you give, I think it's phase 5, the existing on that site and the proposed, I think was given by the speaker as 7 metres, and 17.75 metres proposed, is that correct?
So in terms of the existing building, about 7 metres, the proposed building, the maximum height of a certain element of the building would be 17.75 metres, but the building would be the maximum height of the top of the very plant screen. So the actual building would be various different heights. So as you move away from the boundary, it will be higher.
Yep, I understand. Step 3 times, isn't it? Right, Toby?
Just very quickly, Chair, just matter of clarification. Firstly, on the kind of issue around the loss of the allocation, the allocation of the sites, nothing's proposed to come forward within the next 5 years. So effectively, the site is kind of lost through the existing local plan in terms of that allocation. There's absolutely no intention of the applicant bringing forward residential, so we don't think there is much or any scope to resist the application on that basis. It's a theoretical loss, and it's combined with the kind of policy colleagues' response around the type of kind of industrial use that's coming forward here, which is going to focus on mid-tech, which there's a very great need for kind of mid-tech type uses, rather than it's not just a kind of straight R&D lab office type development. This is a bit different. I think it fits the site very well. And then lastly, just to kind of clarify Karen's point around kind of shared surface, because it's nuanced a little bit. There is a dedicated footpath from Cherry Hinton Road. The cycle lanes look to be kind of advisory lanes with a hashed mark, so that space would be shared with vehicles. It's a Dutch style access, I would call it. You see these a lot in Holland, where some space is carved out for cyclists, but cars could drive over into, if necessary, that hatch space. I've seen it work quite successfully, certainly abroad, and the Highway Authority have looked looked at it and they're satisfied that the arrangements being proposed are satisfactory. So just to give you a bit more kind of meat on the bone in terms of that detail.
All right, thanks for that. I know Councillor Griffin wants to come back on one of the questions he asked, but since you've just raised that, Toby, in terms of the consideration of housing or not having housing on this site, so obviously members of the committee may consider it differently to that which you proposed there. It's up to them. But I just wanted to clarify with you, Karen, in terms of the existing local plan and the new local plan, what weight should members give to the emerging local plan?
Just in terms of the emerging local plan, I believe it's limited weight at the current time. Yeah.
So correct me if I'm wrong, officers, but what you've said is not correct then, because you've implied that the emerging local plan is the important thing here, but it sounds to me like the current local plan is the important thing in terms of the allocation of housing on that site. All the talk of contracts with people renting properties on the site is neither here nor there. We're talking about the local plan, aren't we? But maybe you might want to caveat that too.
So I mean, this is all set out, Chair, at paragraph 10.17, page 71, in terms of the arguments for letting this scheme to kind of go forward. Notably, the site is in existing kind of employment use at the moment, so there's no loss of existing housing. It's a theoretical loss of housing in relation to the existing local plan. So there are a series of material considerations that we are asking members to consider in favour of allowing the principle for the redevelopment of deployment use. Karen's absolutely right. Limited weight can be given to the emerging local plan, but there are a whole host of material considerations, and officers are saying to you those material considerations stack up to allow the this application to be granted planning permission for a continuance and upgrade of employment purposes.
So this may get debated a bit further late in the meeting, but I get the impression then that all of those things you just mentioned trump the existing local plans allocation of housing on the site. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what we're saying, Chair, and that's set out in on page 71. We have talked to policy colleagues about this. In no way would the grant of this permission compromise the council's 5-year housing land supply position.
Okay, there it is then, members. It's got that on the table, but you can debate that as you say. Now, Councillor Griffin was first, if you don't mind, Councillor Todd-Jones.
Thank you, and thank you for putting those numbers up there in the key facts proposal. I just find it a little bit difficult to believe that, you know, with an increase in economic activity and jobs and so on, that we're going to see a decrease in traffic, which seems to be what was indicated there. So I can't believe that those numbers, you know, don't take account for delivery vans and so on that are obviously going to be a part of the traffic going in and out of that site. We don't necessarily even know the kind of businesses that will set up there and the kind of demands they will be putting on that kind of traffic. So I don't know what to make of those proposed traffic movements. They seem unrealistic, just to say the least.
All right,
Thank you.
Make your point. Yep. We'll collect up a few questions. So, Councillor Todd-Jones now.
Thank you again, Chair. Yeah, I'm kind of getting the point, I think, that's been made about the respective weight given to the current local plan and the fact that any housing delivery on this site will fall outside the period of the local plan. But nevertheless, that's what currently exists, and there's these 123 dwellings are in the current local plan. I also find it slightly difficult with 9.2, where it seemed that simply because the applicants are not indicating there's any intention of delivering housing on the site, that kind of sort of dictates to some extent what can be delivered on the site. I mean, if it's allocated for housing in the current local plan, surely that's a really important factor, material consideration to take into account. But I'm kind of sort of understanding the arguments why not, but I do find it quite difficult in terms of the theoretical need. I mean, that's also a theoretical need in terms of for these 123 dwellings if we're going to be looking elsewhere in the future, because we don't know for sure what sites might come forward and how that need might be met. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Flowbarrow, did you have your hand up? I lost track slightly.
Yes, I did. Thank you. Perhaps the officer can answer the question I asked before about the voids, the removal of the parking for them. And also, I echo what has been said about the amount of traffic that this site will generate. I also am worried about the visual integration of this building around these dwellings. And also, if you could possibly share with us the trees, the images of the trees that are going to be removed and the ones that are protected there, because I think if the trees that are planned to be removed, they might be not protected, but they are certainly very important for the character of the area. And if we lose them, then that's going to be a great loss for the residents, the people who live there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A couple more. So, Councillor Dryden.
To clarify again, so when I was asking about the original plan for housing there, residential, to carry on arguing that, would that be a waste of time now? Is that off the table now?
That's your prerogative to decide, Councillor. It's up to you, but I would say no.
I was asking advice. First, I asked it earlier on because I was going back to the local plan as it should be. Now we're going diverting from it, but arguing for that, I think it should be housing still. Is that waste of time carrying on that argument?
I don't believe so, but I'll leave that to the officer to answer it as well. Councillor Bennett.
Hi, before I go on to any other questions, I was just wondering if Karen could answer my earlier question about whether the landscaping on the central spine and the seating was sufficient to stop larger motor vehicles driving onto that area and to preserve the segregation for pedestrians and cyclists. And I have a few questions after that, but it's just easier in my head if I can top off my existing questions first.
All right, thank you very much. Back to you then, Karen. There's a selection of questions there. Maybe you can bag them up into different areas, it's like, for example, housing, and answer them, please.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of there was concerns about the traffic movements being unrealistic because there's a decrease in the traffic movements. Part of the reason for that is because there's a significant reduction in the amount of vehicle parking on the site, which is obviously reduces the vehicle movements going into the site. So, for example, you've got over 300 car parking spaces at the moment, which is being reduced to 200. But the actual figures do include all modes of transport, I believe. So include certainly delivery vehicles as well. Yeah, so in terms of the housing in the adopted local plan, that is obviously a material consideration that you need to take into account when you're making a decision. The full weight is given to the adopted local plan with limited weight to the emerging local plan, but obviously there are other material considerations such as the provision of a significant amount of employment where there's a need in the area. Apologies if I've missed your question. Void parking will be provided on site as part of phase 1 development. So because that's being provided on site, it's been taken off the transport contribution. So it's on site in lieu of the contribution. You're asking about the trees removed from the site. It's difficult to get a plan up, but the majority of the trees to be removed are the smaller ones along the central spine. Not necessarily. I think there's one tree as part of the tree preservation order, which is obviously one tree along the eastern boundary, I think, and one tree along the northern boundary. But that's a significant area of groups of tree planting. So there's not the concerns that the loss of those trees would overall impact on the character of the area. You had a question, you said something about a visual impact. I didn't quite catch it. Can I ask?
Repeat it?
Yeah, please.
Can I come back, Chair? Yes, so the visual integration of that building within the area, and it was specifically that I wanted to physically see it, if you have it, because I think you shared it before with us. Yes. The building, how is it going to look like? I think there was a visual, yeah.
Yes, go. Put your microphone on, it's not on.
Sorry. So the adopted local plan decisions need to be taken in accordance with the adopted local plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. So the starting point is the local plan, which has the housing allocations. But in this case, officers believe that there are material considerations that outweigh the potential loss of housing on the site, which is not going to come forward, therefore, as per the recommendation. And then in terms of the landscaping, Councillor Bennett asked about, so the central area will be for cyclists and pedestrians. There will be footpaths around the buildings, but they're not technically segregated on site, but they will be visible. And we don't at the moment have a bollard or something to stop vehicles going in there, but we can include that as part of the landscaping plans. That's happy to do that. Yeah.
Hang on, so got 3 people to talk at the moment. I will get back to you, Karen, first before we go on. There were at least one question about housing again then, but I don't think you touched on that. Did you want to say anything more about that on the site?
No, thank you.
All right, well, we'll pick that up later maybe.
I don't think
Toby.
So. Shall.
It's just to emphasise that there are some trees that are lost. Karen has said that they're not significant trees. None of them are category A. There's also some significant kind of planting being proposed as well that Karen, I think, if she brings up her presentation, she'll be able to show you some of the mature planting, semi-mature planting that's going to be planted certainly along the boundaries of the site, which would be interspersed between the car parking. I think and hopefully members may have had a chance to have a look at the reasons why officers are recommending the loss of the kind of residential allocation in effect through the granting of this permission on pages 71 and 72. The applicant's kind of intentions are material because these kind of sites come forward through the local plan process where owners of sites promote them for certain uses. So clearly, in this case, the owner of the site is saying to the council, for the emerging local plan, we do not want to kind of promote this any further for residential use. Our intention is to retain it for employment uses. The lifetime of the existing kind of local plan is coming to an end, and the site, crucially, is not counted on in terms of the council's delivery of housing within the 5-year housing land supply period. It's a really crucial point. So those factors together, we don't think there is a case to be made to resist this on the basis that somehow the council is going to be able to convince the developer to bring forward a residential proposal here. I think it's extremely unlikely. It'd be very difficult to argue that on appeal. So that is the officer position. Obviously, the weight that you want to give to these considerations is for members, but we've talked this over with policy colleagues and we are very clear that this is not a reason for refusal that could be substantiated.
Thank you, Toby. And in fact, those two things were two things I was going to pick up, and I do just briefly touch on those. So that was one of my questions. So housing, no housing is not a reason for refusal, we're saying, in officer's opinion, but you can have your own opinion, members. And just on your question, Councillor Flaubert, about the landscaping, so you never, I mean, Toby picked up on that and gave you a bit more of an answer. You never got the answer quite that you wanted, so obviously that may be a continuing concern for you. But there, in 6.1, we've got trees officer, and 6.2 nature conservation, and 6.3 landscape. So you might want to refer to those as well in terms of considering what you feel about that. And I just wanted to also add that, just while I was noticing it as well, as one of the speakers said, interesting, the landscape officer, not the urban design officer, noted, as the speaker said, that the massing height and roof from the resulting incongruous structures adjacent to the residential context, which is rather an unusual thing for the landscape officer possibly to write, but that's what we've got. So did you want to comment, before I go on the fact that the landscape officer has said those words? For you, Karen.
Obviously, we would take into consideration the landscape officer's comments, but normally residential amenities under the remit of planning officers, and we deal looking at these things every day, and we're quite comfortable with the relationship with the neighbours in terms of loss of light, mass, etc. We visited the neighbour's property on site on Monday.
Speaking to the microphone, Karen.
Sorry, we visited the neighbour's property and had a look from their side on Monday, and obviously officers are comfortable with that relationship.
Okay, thank you. Right, members, more. Who's first? Councillor Thornberry.
If this application is set to go through today, I would like to see a condition. I think the number of parkings is massive for this area, which already has a lot of problems with traffic. And I think it's 290, how we said, that they reduced the number of parking spaces. Is that? Sorry,
The number of parking spaces is 300 currently and being reduced to 200.
I think it's really, really high for this area. I mean, this is...
Just hold on. Can members of the public not chat in the background, please, because it distracts everyone. We're not doing your item at the moment, I don't think. The next item, if you come for it, won't be until at least 1:30, probably later than that. So it's going to be after lunch.
So my question is would this be reasonable to impose a condition on this, or this is, we are not allowed to do this? Thank you.
Righto, any more? Yeah, Councillor Bennett.
Hi, I'm sorry to be persistent, but Councillor Griffin's point about the traffic movements, it really doesn't add up. Are those numbers per hour or are they per day? Because if you've got 988 employees and 22.8% of them are travelling by car, that's more movements than are included in the key facts. So I'm sorry, but I'm a maths person and I just can't focus on anything else until you sort that out for me, Karen.
There might be a way of calculating it different to that, though. Councillor Inningworth, you had your hand up, didn't you?
Thank you, Chair. I think at the previous planning meeting, we deferred a decision, and one of the reasons was the S106 obligation had not been agreed by the developer. I've read through all the paperwork. I can't see if the developer has now agreed the S106. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I think I read it. It has been agreed, but I'll leave that to Karen. Next, any more? Councillor Griffin, yeah.
Well, I want to echo those comments because I have a hard time supporting something where, I just find those traffic numbers incredible. I cannot believe them. And they're not based on an analysis of the kind of traffic that Midtech generates. And if this site is going to be a more economically active site than the current one, it's just incredible to say that the traffic is going to drop, because you're basing that on parking, not on delivery of materials, of products, of all sorts of things, the kind of traffic that Midtech generates. And so I just find that unbelievable, and I'm afraid if this is an economically successful site with nearly 1,000 jobs, that we're going to create a traffic nightmare in that access road. And so I don't think this has been properly addressed in the current proposal.
All right, thank you. Made your point. Any more? So just before I go back to Karen, I'll just briefly say on that, I mean, remember in years gone by, we'd always be looking at parking around sites. This is a few years ago, and it was always an issue, and Highways would say it wouldn't sort of affect things that much, so it was acceptable. And this is another case in point where parking might happen around the site potentially. But these days we talk about sustainable sites and so on. It's a bit of a movement, and people travel differently potentially now. I mean, that's the implication anyway. People travel on the bus or by bike or walk. And I take your point, Councillor Griffin. But there is parking on site, and that's the argument. But I sort of agree with you, but we have to move with the times, and the times say that people don't travel to work by car, but whether they do or not is another matter. Let Karen answer, and then you come back after that. So don't argue with me, argue with the case officer. Karen.
Thank you, Chair. So, where are we? Concerns about the amount of parking on the site. I think Councillor Flober asked the question. So generally the parking standards are a lot higher than the actual amount of parking spaces that we have on site. So I believe we normally ask for like 1 per 30 square metres of floor space, whereas here we're looking at 1 per 130 square metres of floor space to reduce the amount of parking on the site. Obviously, I agree there is still quite a few parking spaces, but it has been significantly reduced from the amount of parking spaces that are on the site. And therefore, my view is I don't think it would be reasonable to ask that to be conditioned. That is what has come forward and what we have to assess as to whether that is acceptable or not.
Let Toby just come in briefly there. Go on, Toby.
And I think the other thing to say, Councillor Griffin, is, and this is kind of set out, if you turn to pages 82, paragraph 10.117 to paragraphs 10.142, the traffic and transport impacts have been modelled and assessed by County Council Transport colleagues. It's not a straightforward mathematical process as set out by Councillor Bennett. There's lots of different data sets that are looked at to arrive at the flows that you see within the reports. It has been assessed by county colleagues, and there's a whole methodology behind that, together with a transport assessment that's accompanied the application. As Karen said, it is fairly typical. I think it's a good thing with sites like this that are coming forward for redevelopment that car parking levels generally are being reduced, and the maximum number of spaces under our local plans actually is not being kind of catered for often. Developers are looking to provide lesser car parking and promote more active modes of travel, and that's reflected then in the contribution that the County Council have now agreed with the applicants to improve things like cycleways on the local roads and improve the roundabout with Pern Road.
Right, carry on then, Karen, thanks.
So, yeah, the traffic numbers as referenced in the presentation are for the AM and PM peaks only. So they don't cover the whole day. So they're just the key times in the morning and afternoon, the amount of traffic. And that's quite often how that is assessed by like the county transport team. So that's the main time that traffic's coming onto the highway. And I think the last question was section 106. It has been agreed now. Yes.
Right, okay, we need to get to a decision soon, members, but there's a few more questions to come, I think. Councillor Griffin, you'll be first.
Well, the discussion of traffic has focused a lot on this parking, reducing the parking, but again, that doesn't address the kind of commercial traffic of delivery vans and so on, and the kind of traffic that mid-tech companies generate. And I just don't see any credible argument along those lines. I'm sorry.
Okay, can I just at that point, can we have a bit of advice for us members on what sort of planning weight to give that matter? Karen.
Thank you. Just in terms of the transport statement, the existing and proposed amount of traffic and nature of traffic and type of traffic is assessed when coming to a view as to what's going to be acceptable, and delivery vans, obviously likely estimated delivery vans are included in that calculation. So that has been part of the consideration from the county transport team when coming to their view.
So just to be clear, members, what we're saying there, and I realise that you've got local knowledge, Councillor Griffin, because you're a local ward councillor, but that we have expert advice here and we can have our own opinion, but we need to be careful of deviating from what the expert advice is saying because we're not experts. Councillor Bennett.
I'm not trying to deviate from the expert advice. I'm just trying to get a straight interpretation of it. So apologise for my thickness, but can we persevere? On your slide, which is excellent and clear, I see that we have 28% cars and we have nearly 1,000 employees. So if we're not getting 280 car journeys during the AM peak, then the obvious inference is that those car journeys are ending before they get to the site. Now, if that's in a park and ride and they're carrying on by bus, that seems very benign to me. But if they're just parking in residential streets, particularly in this area where we already have parking stress, and we have a lot of people who have carers visiting and need constant access, and we have an important GP surgery opposite where the doctors need to get in and out, I'm quite concerned, and I don't know which of those or it is, or whether it's another reason. So is there any way we can bottom that out today?
Thank you. Any more? Yes, Councillor Dryden.
Question on the parking then, or the access. There's going to be, was there 6 phases here? When you start with number 1 on the left as you come in, when will the actual entrance be altered to this new entrance? And if they've got all the other phases coming in, you're on about parking, what's going to go in there, how do we know what sort of traffic we're going to have in them other phases if we don't know what the building's going to be yet? And you're still going to have the old buildings going on at the time when they've still got lorries and that coming in and out.
Yeah, thanks. Any more? Okay, I just wanted, before I go back to you, Karen, there's one thing that still I'm concerned about, which I haven't really talked about too much, which is the thing about the height of the building, especially that one, for example, phase 5, I think it was called, the one that goes from 7 metres to 17.75 metres. So I appreciate that this is an industrial type site or mid-tech site, whatever you want to call it, but that will be a significant increase in height of the buildings that are visible from the back gardens of houses surrounding the site. and I'm concerned about that. And also, I know the 17.75 refers to the third level of a stepped-back building, but nevertheless, those heights have increased quite a lot, and in the same way with regard to parking and cars, in a way, I appreciate that there's going to be some of that because that's what the site is at the moment anyway, but that's a concern, I feel, with the scale of massing, and I think that's a reasonable concern, a planning matter, because you might argue that lack of housing is not a planning matter, although I'm still on the fence about that, because I think one caveat to that point, although maybe officers didn't mean it this way, but there's talk about convince the developer. I mean, there's plenty more developers in the fish in the sea. There are other developers can come forward, so we can make our own decision on that. But Karen, if you want to just respond to that then, please.
Sure, thank you. Just starting with the earlier questions regarding staff travelling to the site. Obviously, they may be parking at the park and ride and cycling in or getting a bus in, that kind of thing, but they potentially could be parking on local streets. Cherry Hinton Road, I don't believe that's somewhere where you would park. I believe there's a significant amount of parking on site in any case, that it would be limited which would be parking on street, and it's unrestricted vehicle parking anyway along Wolfston Way, etc., etc. So it would be, the doctors would, I actually use that doctor's surgery personally, and there is obviously an access where doctors can come in and out if they need to. And when I sort of go, there is some on-street parking along Wolfston Way. I don't believe it would be a significant amount of parking if you're going to the park and ride. So that's just my view. The entrance would be altered in phase 1. That's part of the full application. So for the shared surface to be carried out under the first phase of development. And phase 5, you've got concerns about mass impact on the neighbours. When officers assess the impact on the residential amenities of neighbours, it has to be significantly harmful for us to be able to refuse it. Obviously, given the separation distances involved and that they would not obstruct the 25-degree angle of view from the rear windows, etc., and patio area. Officers, again, are quite comfortable with that relationship and do not consider it to be seriously harmful and adversely affect the amenities of neighbours.
Righto, Toby?
Yeah, I mean, if councillors are concerned about the potential for spillover onto surrounding streets, given that we're outside of the CPZ, I would feel relatively comfortable with the suggestion, if councillors wanted to go there, with an additional planning obligation to the ones that have been proposed that would allow for and pay for the imposition of an extension to the controlled parking zone or the development of one in here following surveys showing that there is a problem that's a common approach to mitigate those types of fears with development proposals where this issue kind of comes up. So I'll float that as an idea, councillor, for you, because it wouldn't be a reason, I would say, to refuse the application. It might be a reason to seek further mitigation and a reasonable one. And I just wanted to just re-emphasise the point, and Karen's kind of made this, that this is previously developed land. The national policies around reusing previously developed land are very strong in favour. So if councillors are thinking that there's harm here, that harm has to be substantial harm to justify reason for refusal. We are, in officers' view, we are nowhere near close to being able to substantiate substantial harm. We're very far away, given the fact that the 25-degree line is not even breached in this case to even warrant a daylight and sunlight assessment. So I don't think we're in that ballpark, but I'm being very clear in terms of the officer advice and potential solution there with overspill car parking into surrounding streets.
Yeah, thanks, Toby. So I apologise, members. I meant to have a comfort break halfway through this one, and I basically forgot. So do members need a comfort break now? Yeah, okay. Let's have a break then. No, don't debate the item. We're still in the middle of the item. Come back in 5 minutes. Thank you, members. online. Welcome back. Had a short break. Still on item 5, the paddocks, Cherry Hinton. What's happening? Oh, what are we missing? Sorry, what's that, Councillor?
Bob's not
isn't back.
returned.
Okay.
He is.
Okay, sorry, I didn't notice. Thank you very much. I was just going to say, do you want to say something, Councillor Dryden?
Toby just made, before we had our break, about might have planning or not planning, restrictions on parking around the area. Can I comment on that?
Can I just say something first, and then we'll get back into debate? So, we've been debating this a while. We can have some more debate. We need to get to a decision or not make a decision, depending on what you want to do. We can defer the item, but the item has already been deferred. But there are new members on this committee, so sort of reasonable on balance. We could defer again if we wanted more information, but obviously we want to eventually get to a decision as soon as possible for everyone concerned. It is a major item, so we can use the adjourned decision protocol if we need to. So all of that is available to us. It's partly in your hands, members. It's not up to me. We all need to decide together. So if you want to have some more debate, we can do that, and then any of the other things we can go from there. So, Councillor Dryden, you're first.
Comment on the possibility of having parking restrictions around the area, because across the road from there is Cornford House, is a doctor's surgery, and I know sometimes that's my surgery as well, so there's a conflict of interest here perhaps. But if the car park's quite small and you go there and you have to park around that area to see the doctor, so having parking restrictions there could make matters worse for people going to the doctors to park. So.
All right, that's interesting. Thank you. Councillor Bennett?
I agree with Councillor Dryden from my local area knowledge. I think it's worth exploring a transport condition, but that's not the right transport condition because it's not just Cornford surgery, it's all the visitors to the care homes because that's in the hospital quarter. And it's all the staff who are starting or ending a shift when there's no public transport. And to be honest, it's all the people who park in the paddocks because they're worried there won't be a parking space when they get to Addenbrooke's and carry on the bus. And all the people in the sort of extra care homes backing onto the site who have in and out carers, some of them with 4 carers a day. And because carers change so frequently, ensuring that they all have the right parking permits is a big headache for people whose ability to negotiate everyday life may be impaired and could lead to residents losing access to vital care. So while I'd be keen to explore a transport condition, that's not the transport condition that would help. And if we were to explore a transport condition, I think we might need to refer that to officers, chair and spokes. That's just my suggestion, though. Other members may disagree.
Thank you. Councillor Todd-Jones.
Thank you, Chair. It's been interesting hearing what's come out of this debate, and I think my concerns have only been heightened regarding actually the planning application before us, and in terms of the access issues and the vehicle movements and the impact there will be, I think, on the local area. And I do think perhaps more consideration needs to be given to basically a transport management plan over and above what we have before us at the moment, to be convinced that this site is just not going to put an incredible strain on the local area.
Councillor Griffin.
So related to that, we have a hybrid application here, right? There's a full application and there's the outline. Are we going to vote on those separately?
No, Councillor.
Why not?
Because it's one application.
It's up to the applicant to do what they will in terms of putting stuff on the table. Any more? Councillor Flaubert?
I would be very gratefully Mr. Williams go through again what he suggested before, that we can do the possibilities that we have. He mentioned something before that it's possible to accommodate, but I just wonder if you could remind us.
Toby?
So I think that's what some councillors have just been discussing, and actually the matter is covered already within the heads of terms. If you turn to page 94, you can see that the County Council have asked for a contribution of £10,000 towards the installation of potentially additional weighting restrictions in the area within 500 metres of the site, if required by the County Council, who are the guardians of the adopted public highway. So that is there as a possibility, but obviously, Councillor Bennett, matters that you've raised are things that would be material to any decision to kind of implement those weighting restrictions if it was seen to be a problem. I mean, I would emphasise again that this committee has a long-standing tradition of promoting low car parking levels on employment sites, and by and large that has been extremely successful in terms of reducing impacts on the network. You're putting the developer in a place where they can't really kind of address potentially the issues, because if they can't address the issues outside of the site, the only other kind of way that they could address that solution is providing more car parking on site up or beyond the maximum local plan standards. So that's, you know, there is a solution here. There's something that's potentially workable. We want developers to come forward with aspirational plans to try and shift people away from the car onto active modes of travel. This fits that bill. This fits that particular scenario extremely well. It's been through our transport colleagues. We did have Tam Parry with us at the last committee, available to talk through some of these issues. It wasn't something that came up at that point. It was deferred for residential amenity reasons. We're now in a position where these issues are being brought up. We don't have time because we didn't anticipate that this would be a problem. Nevertheless, all of this information, all of the transport information has been robustly assessed by county transport colleagues, and as I said, we've got a substantial contribution that the developers have agreed towards local improvements to facilitate that active travel. That, members, should be enough to make you satisfied that the scheme stacks up in transport terms, but obviously it is at your discretion.
Thanks, Toby. That's useful. Councillor Dryden.
Yeah, I know the City Council actually know we've got a problem in the area, not far away, on Sherrington Hall car park. The council now put in restrictions on parking and paying now because of people parking there, using it like a park and ride. So we're going to lose a lot of that people there. They're probably going to park around the area now. So the problem's even going to get worse, I think.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Bennett.
I just want to say that not everybody has the same ability to switch to different modes of transport. We have people in those residential homes who are, you know, often getting four different carer visits sometime a day. If we don't allow carers to park, there are fewer carers who can meet the care. If we cut down on the supply of carers, we leave residents without essential services. We also end up with the common term I know is bed blockers, which I find highly insulting.
So I think I appreciate it's a very important topic, but you're off agenda.
But anyway, the point is that I don't think that is enough. I think it would help. But I'd like to explore what more we could do to resolve the transport problem, because I agree with Toby, there's a lot I don't like about this application, but I don't see a reason to refuse. And if it's going to go ahead, I'd like to do everything I can to mitigate. Thank you.
So just to be clear for other members, Councillor, if I may, does that mean that you would prefer to defer the application to bring it forward later with a highways officer, etc., or would you prefer? Are you talking about putting something together for chair, vice chair, and spokes, or something else?
The latter, please, Chair.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you. Right. Any more debate on that? Now, Karen, you're the case officer. We've slightly forgotten you, haven't we? Anything you want to come back on and all of that? It might not be. There weren't definite questions there, but there were definite comments.
Just to say that the site's in a very sustainable location and is accessible by a variety of modes of transport, including the car, obviously public transport, cycling, where you can get to the station, park and ride, etc., etc. Yeah, that was just my point. Thank you.
Okay, so we need to get going on a decision, I guess. No one's asked for a deferral. This is a major application, as I said earlier. We can have a vote on it, and if need be, if we want to, we can use the adjourned decision protocol. So I think if there's no more debate, which doesn't look like there is, we'll have the recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So that is set out on page 15 of the agenda pack, and it is to approve, subject to the amendments to the conditions set out in the verbal update and presentation from the case officer. The planning conditions are set out with amendments to conditions as drafted delegated to officers. The satisfactory completion of a Section 106 agreement, which includes the heads of terms as set out in the report with minor amendments to those heads of terms delegated to officers, and a deadline for the completion of the Section 106 agreement by the 15th of October of this year. If the Section 106 is not completed within this period, delegated authority is given to officers to refuse the application based on a lack of secured mitigation contrary to the Cambridge local plan, or to set any such extended period for completion of the Section 106 as appropriate.
Councillor Bennett.
Karen did offer a bollard at the entrance to the central spine. Could that also be included?
Toby?
We could include that as an explicit reference within the related landscape condition, Councillor. Yeah.
And sorry, it's been a bit of a long morning, but the idea of something coming back to chair, vice chair, and spokes on highways, is that possible, Toby, as well? Members, I presume you're okay with that, yeah?
I think that's fine, Chair. I just need to get an idea of what that might be. I think my view would be, if that is something that considers kind of wider equality issues with regard to the potential implementation of a controlled parking zone and how that obligation operates, so it takes into account things like the doctor's surgery and care home parking that may occur on the highway. I think that is probably where officers would go if that scheme were to come forward, and I would be happy on that basis for something to come back to chair, vice chair, and spokes.
Okay, that's fine. We're in the middle of the recommendation, so briefly, please, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. I'd be happy with that if Mark Taylor could be included, the access officer.
Agreed.
Okay, right. So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Three, Chair.
Against?
2 against, Chair.
Abstentions?
2 abstentions.
So the item is approved. Thank you very much. A very good, robust debate. We'll have a break now for lunch. So I think it's, what time is it now? 2 o'clock? 1:30. So we'll come back at 2:15, please, for the next item. Right, welcome back after lunch. Item 6 is the next one, Alston Croft. Let's see. So welcome, by the way, to all you people who've come for this item, I presume, and maybe the next one as well. So good to have members of the public here. Now, we've not got Tom Gray, we've got Mike Sexton. Afternoon, Mike, who's going to present the item. And also to say that Councillor Dryden has had to give his apologies for the afternoon session, just in case anyone doesn't know. But we're still able to make decisions. We are still quorate. So speakers-wise, we've got Janine, Sarah, Erica, Rachel, Andrea to speak. Andrea was a statement, but now is a speaker. The speaking time was 10 minutes. I'd like you, if you can, there's 4 of you now rather than 3 of you, to stick to 10 minutes if you can, but I'll go to 12 minutes tops on that, all right? And then it'll be the same time for the other side as well. So I don't think I mentioned Barley, who's a statement, and then Andrew is a supporter, another Andrew, and that's Andrew Fidden Green. Andrew Bainbridge is the bursar. He's the agent, registered by the agent, and then councillors as well after that. So Councillor Glasberg and Councillor Clough. I think that's it. Yes, okay. Right, okay. Yes.
Just to note that I've swapped in for Councillor Flaubert. I don't have a name badge, but I'm Councillor Katie Porrer.
Thank you, Councillor. I forgot to say you've come as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Councillor Bennett?
I was just wondering if we needed a new vice chair, in which case could I propose Councillor Porrer as the senior member?
We do, and you can. Is that acceptable to Democratic Services officers to change the vice chair? It's what necessary, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you. I did think about that and then forgot it again. So thank you. Okay. Just for the benefit of everyone here, normally Councillor Bajan is vice chair. He's not here today. We did elect this morning Councillor Dryden as vice chair. He's had to go, unfortunately. So now we need a new vice chair. It's mostly because if any matters go back to chair, vice chair and spokes, i.e. members refer those things to those people, then we need a vice chair for that item who is present in the room. And Councillor Porrer is a very experienced member of Planning Committee, so very confident that she could be a good vice chair. If everyone agrees with that, can I have a show of hands to support, please? Thank you very much, members. You could vote for yourself as well, Councillor Porrer. Thank you. Okay, right, moving on. Mike, when you're ready.
Sorry, it's the other way around at South Cambs. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members and members of the public. I am Michael Sexton. I'm an area team leader at Greater Cambridge Shared Planning, covering for Tom Gray today. I'm joined by Patrick Lanaway, sorry. So Patrick, do you want to introduce yourselves as well?
Yeah, good afternoon, members. Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Patrick Lanaway from SLR Consulting. I've been asked by Tom originally, but Cambridge City Council Planning Department to undertake a review of the condition that this relates to and the submitted information to see how the two align. So over the course of the next few minutes, we'll be able to discuss that. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. I'll begin the presentation.
Just to say, make sure you speak clearly into the microphone, all right? Thanks, Michael.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. So we are here to look at discharge of conditions application, reference 22/02066, Cond R, which is the submission of details required by condition 14, which is a traffic management plan of Planning Permission 22/02066 FUL at Alston Croft in Cambridge. Just a couple of quick updates before launching into the main content. Members should note on paragraph 1.1 of your reports in the executive summary, it refers to condition 8 in error. It should obviously refer to condition 14. And just some general updates that following the publication of the update report or the amendment sheet, further representations have been received by officers, 4 of which are from new addresses that hadn't commented previously. Those have all been added to the system and are in the public domain. They do not, in the opinion of officers, raise any new issues that aren't already covered. Members will also be aware that you've received several emails directly. I have been through all of those and cross-referenced them with the representations on the system. So everything is in the public domain, and a lot of those emails were repeating comments that have already been received for your benefit. So for context, I think we all know where we are today, but this area down here in the red line is Alstone Croft, which is the area that benefits from planning consent for student accommodation. The matter before you today is condition 14, which for completeness I will read out in full because these are the only matters that can be considered today. So condition 14 reads, no demolition or construction works shall commence on site until a traffic management plan for that phase has been submitted to and agreed in writing by the local planning authority. The principal areas of concerns that should be addressed are the movement and control of muck-away vehicles, with all loading and unloading should be undertaken where possible off the adopted public highway, short lane and access road. Part 2, contractor parking, with all such parking to be within the curtilage of the site where possible. Part 3, movement and control of all deliveries, and again all loading and unloading should be undertaken off the public highway, short lane and the access road where possible. Part 4 is the control of dust, mud and debris, and the means to prevent mud or debris being deposited onto the public highway, short lane and the access road. Part 5, the requirements for a bank person. And within that, the condition also requires details shall also include tracking/swept path analysis of the type of vehicles to be used during construction/demolition and how potential conflict with pedestrian and cyclists using short lane/access road can be avoided. And then the development shall be carried out in accordance with the approved details. The text in blue is an addition from officers, because on appeal decisions, inspectors don't embed the reasons like we do on planning permissions when it's issued by the authority, and the reasons the inspector has imposed that condition are in the interest of highway safety, including conflict with pedestrians. So just to focus minds on what we're discussing today. And as set out in the Planning Committee report in paragraph 10.2, some relevant background from the appeal decision in paragraph 45. The inspector set out that the appeal proposal would be accessed via short lane, which is an unadopted highway. Concerns were raised that there is insufficient width in the local highway network to accommodate construction traffic and larger delivery vehicles. Whilst parts of the local highway network are narrow, there would be sufficient width to allow construction vehicles to access the site. However, due to the presence of on-street parking, particularly along short lane, if construction traffic is not managed appropriately, it could result in harm to highway safety, including conflict with pedestrians. The effects of construction traffic could be controlled via planning condition to manage delivery routes and the timing of deliveries. In respect of the movement of larger vehicles, the use of banks persons would provide satisfactory control over their movement to and from the site, which can be secured via a traffic management condition. Therefore, I, being the inspector, am satisfied that subject to the imposition of such conditions, any harms can be mitigated during the construction period. So now, very much like the report, I'm just going to take you through those sections of the conditions, starting with parts 1 and 3, which relate to the movement and control of muck-away vehicles and all deliveries. Just covering these aspects bulleted that feed into that. So in terms of other relevant conditions to be mindful of, and that the traffic acknowledges, condition 5 is a typical hours of works condition.
Okay. So can the people online mute themselves, please? We've got a presentation on. Sorry, Michael.
That's all right.
Hang on, just got some mute.
Good. Mute would be good. Okay, carry on, Michael. I think we're okay.
Okay, and condition 6 relates to collections from or deliveries to the site. Condition 15 sets out even more restrictive times during school term times between 9:30 and 2:30 Monday to Friday. Condition 8, which is an air quality and dust management plan, has some relation in respect that the timetables set out in the TMP and the air quality report align with each other. Also of relevance is condition 26, which I haven't got on screen in full because it's quite long, but it relates to an arboricultural method statement and tree protection plan because there are some consented tree works along the route that vehicles will be taking, which I'll display in a moment. and condition 29, which relates to a construction ecological management plan, and that has some overlaps with the traffic management plan and has been discharged. So again, just continuing that context, this is Short Lane and the junction with Alstone Road and Grantchester Street. There are some consented works here for H001 to reduce crown to the existing curb line. T016, T017 and T015. There are consented works to crown lift to 4 metres above ground level over the vehicle swept path, and T13 again to crown lift to 4 metres above ground level. So just for context, there are consented works along the route the vehicles will be taking, which is displayed on this next slide. The dashed blue line denotes the construction vehicle route in both directions, with the designated off-site construction parking facilities here on the left at Queen's College and Robinson College Sports Ground, which I'll come on to in more detail later. The route along Barton Road, the need to travel up the A603 to the roundabout, to then come back down to Grantchester Street along Short Lane and then into the site on arrival. And for context, this is a figure 3 from the traffic management plan that shows the site access route in terms of the local access along Grantchester Street, Short Lane, and then into the site. Figure 5, which I haven't got a photo of in here, displays key junction points, which are going to be shared with all HGV drivers, so they're aware of key junctions such as Merton Street, Chedworth Street, etc. along their route. There is an area of unrestricted parking bays on the southern side of the access road serving Alstone Croft, highlighted in red in this plan. That is an area of parking to be suspended to facilitate the movement of vehicles in and out of the site. That is to be achieved through a temporary traffic regulation order, which is shown on this screen. So for context, you'll see there are existing double yellow lines which are to be reinstated, and members who are on the site visit will have seen they're not clear at the moment, but they will be made clear. And then this area of currently unrestricted parking will be removed, and double yellow lines will be instated to prevent parking. Similarly, along Short Lane, there will be proposed double yellow lines to restrict parking and allow vehicles to move through this route. For context, these are some site photos I took from our visit on Monday. So this is standing at the junction at the end of Alstone Road with Short Lane to the left, and to the right, the access into the site. And where the cars are parked is the area that is going to be subject to the additional restrictive parking. So there will be no vehicles parked in this area during the construction and demolition period. And again, just for context, this is a photo standing at the corner of Short Lane, looking north up Grantchester Street, and looking east or to the right, again back towards the application site, and you can see those cars again parked there for context. So this is to give members an idea of vehicle movements. As set out in the report, these are extracts from the construction traffic management plan. They provide the anticipated numbers and volumes of both inbound and outbound vehicles to be used during the demolition and construction phase, which is expected to last 94 weeks. The largest anticipated vehicles to be used during the demolition and construction phases are set out within the construction traffic management plan, being a mobile crane with an overall length of approximately 11.533 metres and a weight of 44 tonnes, and an AS20 bed, overall length of 11.9 metres with a loaded capacity of up to 16 tonnes, and I'll come on to some tracking plans to show those. As those vehicles are in excess of 3.5 tonnes, their movements would be restricted to 9:30 to 2:30 Monday to Friday during school term, as per condition 15. And during that 5-hour period of school term, it's anticipated that the site will receive an average of 11 vehicles and a maximum of 15 vehicles. At all other times, including Saturdays, the restrictions in condition 5, which relates to plant and power operated machinery, and condition 6, which relates to collections and deliveries, would apply to the development. The scheduling of deliveries will ensure that HGVs do not meet each other along Grantchester Street. Those deliveries we manage between the sports ground gate, Banks Person, and the on-site banks person who will radio one another to allow deliveries to the site or keep HGVs in the holding area on the sports ground to avoid that conflict along Grantchester Street. Councillor Bennett, are you happy for me to move on? I notice you're... Thank you. This isn't particularly clear on the screen, but it's just really to show that as part of the traffic management plan, there are swept path diagrams for the routing of these vehicles, and this is using the largest vehicle of 11.9 metres all the way along Grantchester Street. And for context and particular interest, this is the zoomed in extract of that tracking going down from Grantchester Street into Short Lane and into the access to the site. And these show that, yes, it is tight, but vehicles are able to manoeuvre safely through to and from the site. And this next slide is the same tracking diagrams, but this time for the 11.533 metre mobile crane vehicle. Again, another swept path analysis diagram showing that all loading and unloading of muckaway vehicles will be undertaken entirely within the site boundary, as required by the condition, with designated loading areas established away from the site entrance to allow vehicles to manoeuvre and be serviced safely. This one is Alstonecroft entry, and the next one is the Alstonecroft exit, where you can see vehicles will be able to turn and leave the site in a forward gear, so no vehicles will be reversing out of the site. This is again another swept path analysis of the access on Barton Road into the sports ground for parking, and officers are satisfied that sufficient space is there to do so. Similarly, there are swept path analysis of how the vehicles will operate within the sports ground car park itself. Obviously that is privately owned, it's away from the public highway, but this still demonstrates that it can be achieved and vehicles will be again exiting and entering within a forward gear. So that, I think, is everything covered by parts 1 and 3 of the condition. Part 2, which relates to contractor parking, with all such parking to be within the curtilage of the site where possible. No contractor parking is proposed within the application site. The contractor parking is in fact located off-site parking facilities at Queen's Cottage Sports Ground, from which 2 8-seater minibuses will provide a shuttle bus service between cottage grounds and the site. Employees will also be able to use the off-road walking and cycling path through the sports grounds to Fulbrook Road and then onto the site via Barton Road. Part 4 of the condition deals with the control of dust, mud and debris and the means of preventing that spreading onto the public highway and Short Lane. As set out in paragraphs 10.38 to 10.41 of the officer report, a wheel washing facility will be installed on site adjacent to the entrance and exit, and street cleansing vehicles or similar equipment will be used to remove any dirt or debris that does end up on the highway, with the banks person inspecting the vehicle access route on a daily basis. In terms of surface water that may arise from the wheel washing facility, that has been dealt with and considered under condition 19, which dealt with surface water drainage, and those details have been found to be acceptable and discharged. The final part of the condition is the requirement for a banks person. So Morgan Sindel will deploy 2 trained banks person to facilitate the movement of all HGVs on and off site. 2 banks persons will be positioned at either end of the vehicle to guide them through key points along Short Lane, being at the site access point and the junction of Short Lane, so that's Grantchester Street, and the access point to the footpath from Short Lane to manage vehicle movements and ensure safety and no conflict with pedestrians and cyclists. As I touched on earlier, banks people will communicate via radio both during that movement process and with the off-site parking facility. All banks people will be trained to LANTRA qualification standards, which Patrick can clarify what that means if members need to know that. And this is all supported by the use of an online system for delivery management to plan, manage and record deliveries called Datascope, which again will help avoid that potential conflict between HGVs meeting on Grantchester Street. That is also out in paragraphs 10.42 to 10.47 of the officer report. So this leads us to the conclusion and the balance that is set out as per paragraph 10.7 of the committee report, that officers consider the information provided demonstrates the acceptability of movements and control of muckaway and delivery vehicles. Sufficient swept path details are provided for the type of vehicles to be used during the construction and demolition phase. Potential conflict with pedestrians and cyclists using short lane and the access road is to be mitigated through the use of accredited bankspersons. And overall, the details submitted are therefore considered and acceptable and to be in conformity with the reasons given for imposition of the condition and policy requirements. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you, Michael. So we'll do our new way of working. Any points of clarification, and just clarification, not debate at this time, please, members. Councillor Bennett.
I would like the officer to explain what land trust standard is, because I'm not familiar with it.
Okay, any more? Councillor Todd-Jones.
Yes, we've all been circulated with this technical note, so I would like to pick up, hear what the planning officer has to say about the technical note. Thanks.
Right, Councillor Porritt.
Just to note, there's a mention of the rigid biggest vehicle, the mobile crane. Could the officer just explain if that's just a one-off where it comes in, stays and then goes out, rather than being in and out a lot? It's paragraph 10, 15, I think.
Right, thanks for those questions of clarification. So Michael will answer those and then we'll go to speakers. So Michael.
Thank you, Chair. I think I will refer the first two to Patrick, if I may, in terms of the qualification and Councillor Todd-Jones's query.
Yes, Councillor Bennett. LANTRA is effectively a qualification and a training exercise related to logistics deliveries. So it will be that anybody who is LANTRA trained will be required to be aware of all the governance regarding things like road safety, specifically for that reason. So it's like it's a qualification that is required in order to enable people to suitably guide HGVs, for example, through areas associated with construction processes.
And I think, Councillor Todd-Jones, you had a question about the technical report which has just been passed to members, which is the, apologies, Rail, I forget the company that's... Are you able
Speak more loudly, more closely.
Yeah, sorry, I forget the name of the company, Councillor, that has provided that note, but hopefully... Railton. And Patrick, are you able to speak to that note as well?
The Railton note came through quite recently, of course, because the process that we've followed has been leading up to this meeting, and I have gone through the note as well, and I'm aware of the content of it. And should I also add that the previous Railton note, which was prepared, also formed part of my review of the condition and the submissions that have been made. So everything I've looked at has been a balance between what has been submitted as part of the TMP and also the comments that have been received to seek, as I said in one of my submissions, to seek to ensure that all the information is available to us when we come to discuss this today.
Thank you. And then Councillor Porras asked about the number of crane vehicle movements. I don't think we have that specifically set out within the traffic management plan as far as I can see. I suppose it's not a specific requirement of the condition, it's just demonstrating that that vehicle can enter and exit the site. I'm sure when Queen speak, they may be able to clarify that within their time.
Thank you, Michael. If not, we can pick that up in debate later. Right, that's that then. So speakers, so just to be clear, if I wasn't clear earlier, we've got statements that have been written, they won't be read out, you've got them already, they're on the planning portal. In terms of speakers today, we've got Sarah, Erica, Rachel in that order, and then Andrea, who had written a statement. You may have seen that, but she has chosen to speak, and I've permitted that under Chair's prerogative. So originally it was 10-minute speaking time. If you can all stick within 10 minutes, that'd be great. But I appreciate with one more speaker, it might go a bit more. So go for 12 minutes tops. So if you can stick to 12 minutes as a maximum, please. And I'll give the same amount of time to the other side as well. So in that order, Sarah, you're first. Are you there? Yeah, no, she's going to speak online. She's online. It's okay. So like I said, we won't sort of bother you with the timings. We're timing it. I'll give you an update every now and again in terms of between speakers how many minutes. So Sarah.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for all the work that you do as councillors. It's often hard and thankless, but it is so important, so thank you. And I'm pleased to have the chance to speak to councillors here from across Cambridge because, honestly, this is a safety issue for people way beyond Newnham. Alstonecroft is an extraordinarily difficult site to access. And this is what makes the current average traffic plan, which is written in the same vein as many other traffic plans, inadequate and dangerous and a real worry to all the people that you see here today. The streets around Alstonecroft, which the construction traffic would have to use, are tiny and uneven, and in some cases there are no pavements. There are blind corners and there are hairpin bends, particularly on some of the diversion routes that are proposed, yet they are used by an extremely high density and wide range of people. The transport plan is a danger to the elderly and those with pushchairs and wheelchairs who are already forced to walk in the road as the pavements are too narrow and uneven or do not exist. It's a danger to the many students who cycle through Newnham on the way to college, sports grounds, and to the thousands of families who visit the shops when they're at Lammasland Playground. It's a danger to the many tourists who visit the area and hundreds of people who transit by bike or by foot through Newnham each day into town. The green corridor through which this traffic plan would send 6 heavy goods vehicles per hour every day except Sunday for the 14 months during peak construction period is a historic and valued amenity for our whole city. This is not a Newnham issue. There should be no doubt that this traffic plan is a clear and present danger to the safety of people across the city and its surrounding areas. With her permission, I quote consultant paediatrician Dr. Anna Moore, Deputy Medical Director at Addenbrooke's Hospital, from her letter to Tom Gray from 15th of June. She says, the construction traffic represents a very real risk of major trauma, especially to the elderly, infirm and children, groups who are largely voiceless when decisions like this are being made. This is Dr. Moore speaking still. As a consultant paediatrician who specialises in major trauma in children, I'm acutely aware of the very severe consequences of road traffic in pedestrian areas. The risk from large vehicles, such as lorries, is particularly high. I continue quoting, these plans put children at harm. There is no doubt about it. Taking into account the proximity of the primary school and the large number of children who use this area, these plans represent a real danger of severe injury or death of a child, warns Dr. Moore. That's the end of her quote. So I urge you to reject this construction traffic plan in order to protect the health, safety and well-being of Cambridge residents. The mitigation measures suggested have already proved insufficient and prone to failure once the unpredictability of human nature and daily life comes into play. And I refer to a real example from 9 days ago. A heavy-duty vehicle delivering construction material to the Alstonecroft site became stuck whilst attempting to reverse out of the site. A banksman was present, but failed to manage pedestrians and cyclists moving around the vehicle. Cars following the HGV eventually passed by mounting the footway. This was all captured on film and details have been sent by the South Newnham Neighbourhood Forum to all the councillors. As councillors, the people of Cambridge put their trust in you. Allowing this traffic plan to proceed would threaten lives and pose a danger to thousands of people who elected you in the belief that you'd look out for their best interests. For them, please reject this traffic plan today.
Right, thank you. That's 4 minutes already, just so you know. Right, next speaker is, and I'll have to stop you at 12 minutes, Erica.
Yesterday, and I saw that 100 of us have objected to the traffic management plan using very similar arguments about narrow roads, pollution, noise, harm to the environments. But the planners have concluded that the third parties, meaning us, that our concerns fall outside this planning assessment. And they conclude that any matters raised concerning effects on residential amenities, public health, and the character of Newnham fall outside this planning assessment. The effects of noise and air pollution are outside this planning assessment. And we've seen the planning balance, and I just printed it out, for the there's a lot. Against, there's nothing. So I consider this an issue of democracy. I'm a member of the public. I've lived in Newnham for 33 years. Are our voices heard or not heard? And I've also read as much as I could about what the planning inspector, Philip Millihan, has concluded about the impact of climate change, saying it's been satisfactorily addressed because the buildings meet passive house standards. But this doesn't take into account the building works themselves, the materials, the traffic. All this contributes to climate change. The increased traffic and pollution will have a deadly impact on elderly and vulnerable residents. We've had 3 episodes of extreme heat recently, and we can already see that trees and shade in cities will become a matter of life and death. Nevertheless, it's acceptable within this plan to remove trees because they're considered of no value. The planners conclude that the proposal would have economic, social, and environmental benefits. So the economic benefits arise through jobs created as a result of construction and supply chains. But where are the benefits to the residents? The shops and services are already well used, and the construction industry doesn't have enough manpower. Some of our smaller shops, like the butcher and the chemist, will lose customers as a result of the gridlock. The planners have concluded that the objections regarding dust pollution have been addressed. They claim that site-specific mitigation measures will protect the local residents. The planners conclude that the removal of trees is acceptable. I say that this is an outdated proposal, and the transport management plan is completely unacceptable, and it doesn't take into account the 21st century. This is really an outdated. And again, as our elected representatives, I beg you to look at our objections, not only at what the planning officers have put forward. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Erica. Just over 7 minutes now. Next up is Rachel.
Hello, my name is Rachel Sinfield, and I'm very grateful to be able to speak today. I want to focus on air pollution. All traffic in and out of Newnham Croft, as we've seen on the plan, passes through the funnel junction of Branchester Street, Chedworth Street, and Newnham Croft, which leads to Newnham Croft School and Merton Street. People move on foot, on cycles, on tag-along bikes, in cargo bikes, and in buggies, which are very close to exhaust pipe level. We often walk in the road as the pavements are so narrow. Even if HGV traffic is restricted to 9:30 to 2:30 p.m, where do you think that amount of harmful traffic air pollution will go in the minutes before children leave school? Our neighbour, Dr. John Lawrence, has written to the planning officers detailing the harmful effects of air pollution and his experience as a trauma surgeon of HGVs being disproportionately involved in fatal accidents. The benefits of the phased introduction of ULEZ in London, ultra-low emission zones, has led to cleaner air. It has proved a reduction in respiratory issues such as asthma and bronchitis, which in turn has led to fewer hospital admissions. I now want to share my own experience. Our bonny, healthy son, Kit, had his first asthma attack in September 1990, aged 15 months. Rushed to hospital each time, it was his 4th attack in November, which killed him. And the full paediatric team at the hospital stood with us in tears. I will spare you the harrowing detail, but believe me, it was a very hard death for all of us present to witness. Ella Adu Kissy Deborah, aged 9, died in 2013. Years later, I saw her mother Rosamond on the news. After a long campaign, the second inquest into Ella's cause of death from severe asthma recognised that air pollution was a contributory cause. I watched her talking about this landmark case, describing how the time she rushed her daughter to hospital with an asthma attack coincided with high air pollution on the nearby South Circular Road. It dawned on me at that moment that for the last 11 months of Kit's life, we lived on a busy road in North London. A couple of months ago, I met Rosamond when we were both invited to take part in a podcast. Many parallels were discussed, but one fact relevant to today is how the onset and recurrence of asthma attacks in children climbs in September and continues throughout autumn and winter. Surely it is a human right to be able to breathe clean air. In Kit's case, from the onset of asthma to his death was 2 months. How much damage to our community could be caused in 2 years? I urge you to reject this proposal.
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry to hear the story you've reported. Thank you for sharing that with us. The next person to speak is online. So Andrea Young, over there. Hello, Andrea. Good afternoon. So you've got, we're at 10 minutes 13 now, so just under 2 minutes to speak. Andrea.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll be as quick as I can. I believe strongly in the democratic process, having been the director for the Government Office for the East of England previously in my career, which also had responsibility for regional planning. So I can appreciate the debates that we're having today, and I appreciate the challenge in front of you. The issue at the heart of this meeting is the ability to access the site safely. We're not talking about the development itself. And the question really is, can the density and type of traffic needed for the development be managed in a way that minimises the risk to people and property in an acceptable way? And I'm here to say, in my view, from what I've seen so far, having read the plan and talked to numerous people and having some experience of planning in the past, that the answer to this from this plan is no. There are 3 significant risks that are either unmanaged or insufficiently managed to allow this plan to proceed. The first one is around user safety. You've already heard that the area has an unusually high density of vulnerable users, elderly and young people, because of the care home, the school, creches, and after-school clubs, funneling into narrow streets with blind corners and very narrow or no pavements in the case of Short Lane. And there is no other route into this area, so the traffic is effectively funneled into a dead end. It might be theoretically possible, as we've just heard, to navigate these roads safely, but in practical experience shows us from the experience of last week with the flatbed lorry that the tolerances in the plan are not sufficient for everyday practical experience with human lorry drivers who might get some of the angles slightly wrong and result in lorries shifting backwards and forwards to try and navigate those tight corners. We've already seen that happen. It's very unlikely to be a one-off. The second risk is this significant risk of damage.
12 minutes, Andrea. If I'm going to bring your point to a conclusion then, please.
Damage to property, very shallow foundations. We've seen shaking already from the lorries going down there. You're very likely to get cracking and subsequent. That's not in the plan, and it needs to be. It's a risk to property, and it's a significant change of use for those residential streets which are not used to having lorries in them. And my third risk is the risk around particulate matter, which has not been adequately addressed in the plan, particularly around PM10, which should have been addressed in this plan and has not been. Thank you.
Right, thanks very much. Yes, Councillor Boren.
I've just realised I know one of the speakers, but I didn't realise they were speaking. I've not had any discussions with them, so I just wanted to confirm that I'm unfettered in my discretion, as I didn't know before that who was speaking.
Thank you for that declaration. Okay, we've got 2 speakers in support. So the next speaker is Andrew Fiddian-Green. Andrew, hello. And then after that, Andrew Bainbridge. So between you, you've got 12 minutes 39. So when you're ready, in that order, please.
I am. My name is Andrew Fiddian-Green. I'm a Newnham resident. I'm also registered and active voter. First off, I'm not affiliated with Queen's College in any way. And looking at the serried ranks against me, perhaps I speak as the voice of the generally silent minority in Newnham. I live on Granchester Street, the northern end. This is the road down which the traffic will flow. Indeed, the front of my house is about 3 meters from this road. I'm an engineer by training. Now, if I understand correctly, it's evident that the college was granted by a minister of Her Majesty's government the right to develop their property. It is also evident that the college has a public right of access to their land. So it's not evident that we're talking about if there will be construction or if there will be traffic, but rather, to state it simply, how the traffic shall be expedited. So given that there will be traffic, my wish is that it should be done as efficiently and expeditiously as possible and in the shortest possible time. I see no benefit whatsoever in delaying this process at all. Let's get it over with, let's do it. I have read through the planning documents. I find them to be professional, thoughtful, and apposite. Indeed, I believe the plan does fulfill my wish for a fast and efficient execution. So, therefore, I ask you to approve this plan without further ado, and I ask that you authorize the developer to start, and indeed finish, the project execution promptly. Thank you.
Yep, thanks very much. Right, lastly for speakers is Andrew Bainbridge. You have about 10 minutes left to speak.
Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Andrew Bainbridge, Domestic Bursar, and I'm here on behalf of Queen's College to ask that you support the officer's recommendation to discharge Condition 14 for our Stonecroft. This condition deals with our traffic management plan, including construction and demolition logistics, a subject which we know is of real importance to the local community and the Newnham Croft Primary School. Over the past 9 months, the college and our appointed contractor, Morgan Sindall, have worked extensively with the City Council officers, County Highways, Newnham Croft Primary School and residents to ensure our plan is safe, robust and meets the high standard rightly expected. The result is a thoroughly reviewed proposal that has gone through several iterations, each responding to relevant public comments, professional feedback and technical challenge. Officers across all departments have now confirmed it meets all relevant and reasonable tests. It is their professional view and the basis of the report before you that this condition should be discharged. I want to be clear about where the college stands. The college is 100% committed to delivering this project. We have resources in place, the buildings are empty, the site is ready for the programme of environmental refurbishment, and we're prepared to deliver this development of new postgraduate accommodation. The college's clear intention is to complete this project, and that's not going to change. The programme is important. As the officer's report notes, the college has developed a closely coordinated summer programme combining demolition with enabling works specifically designed to minimise disruptions to the Newnham community. The timely approval of this condition is important to minimising disruption. The current demolition programme has carefully been sequenced to take place within this year's summer school holiday period to avoid conflict with local traffic and school activity. If Condition 14 is not approved today, that programme simply cannot proceed in its current format. The impact of the delay is not just administrative, it's of real significance to local community. It would mean that demolition would need to be reprogrammed across multiple shorter windows during this year, Christmas, Easter and half-term breaks. The impact of this would mean extending the overall build time by at least a year, prolonging impact on local residents, school users and the wider area. Moving what is currently a less than 2-year project, a 94-week scheme, to a minimum of 3 years. Condition 14 is not about whether development should happen, that decision has already been lawfully made following detailed consultation and legal scrutiny. This condition is about how that development is delivered. All officers have confirmed our plan is safe, coordinated and meets policy. We simply ask that their professional recommendation be upheld. Thank you for your time.
Right, thanks very much. Okay, thank you to the speakers. Michael, did you want to pick up on anything that's been said by the speakers, especially the objectors at all? I'm thinking particularly, unless you saw heard anything else, from the 6 per hour, some mention of things being outside the planning assessment, about democracy, but I'll pick that up myself, and other things like particulates, PM10s not being included, that kind of thing, or anything that you've noticed that's been said.
Thank you, Chair. I can offer a few observations if it's helpful. Obviously, some very sensitive issues were discussed. There are conditions within the wider permission that do specifically relate to the impact on residential amenity, which include the hours of deliveries and hour of construction. The reason for those conditions all relate to the interest of residential amenity, including the air quality condition, which is also on this agenda. The reason behind a traffic management plan is to deal with highway safety. That's simply how that works in planning terms, with obviously all sympathy to the points that have been raised. There was comments about tree impacts not being considered. I think I touched on that in the report quite clearly, that there is a condition that has been discharged that does permit certain works to trees. That decision has been made. There was reference to particle matter 10, PM10. That's not material to the traffic management plan condition. That is dealt with very clearly under condition 8 and the air quality and dust management plan scheme. That is the next item on the agenda. There is a technical report that does go into those details and how that is monitored. And there has been reference to a flatbed lorry reversing out of the site. We do have the video, which I can show on screen if that would be helpful for context. It's not something we can display on the website because it's a media file and we can't link to YouTube, but it has been seen by ourselves and the applicant. So if it's useful, I can show that. But the context around that is that vehicle was seeking to enter the site in its current form, where the TTRO, the temporary traffic regulation order, is not yet in place. So there were parked cars in the unrestricted area. The vehicle tracking demonstrates that that traffic order is required, so those cars are not parked there to enable the vehicle to enter the site. The college is currently, the site's currently operating with the existing iron gates, which, when you read the details of the traffic management plan and the officer report, they are to be removed and then replaced with temporary gates. And there are also some bollards, existing bollards, that are to be removed when the construction and demolition takes place. So yes, there were some issues, and it is on video of a flatbed lorry attempting to enter the site, but there are considerable factors around that which would be dealt with through the TTRO and other associated works, such as the bollards and the gates. So, as I say, I do have that video if it is requested to be shown, but I think there is important context around that those restrictions are not yet in place. I think that covers the points I noted, but thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks, Michael. Just before we get going on debate, I just mentioned democracy, so that was talked about, and the local councillors. Oh God, forgot the local councillors. Do apologise. I'm sorry. So many speakers, can't keep track. Right, first up is Jean, Councillor Glasbury. Oh, you're first on the list, but Hugh can go first if you want. So, Councillor Clough.
You will have received a letter from Richard Buxton Solicitors on behalf of the South and Newnham Neighbourhood Forum, setting out concerns about the CMTP, accompanied by a technical note prepared by Bruce Bamber of Railton Limited. Mr. Bamber has a thorough grasp of the problems relating to the Alstone Croft site, and it is his detailed critiques that have caused the CTMP to evolve through now 12 iterations. In the case officer's conclusion to his report, he advises at 10.73, page 30, that informing a view on this proposal, members of the Planning Committee should be mindful of the technical experts who provided their advice and who raised an objection. But this is not entirely correct. The County Highways officer signed it off in one sentence and has had to do so over several iterations earlier but then had to retract as Mr. Bamber raised so many concerns that it's still not been addressed. He has now reviewed several more versions, and his detailed report still raises many concerns that have not been addressed in the CMTP, some of which I will now cover. Queen's College Sports Ground, Barton Road. Construction traffic would start its final journey to the Alstone Croft site here. Key concerns have been raised about this location. Firstly, the proposed unlawful use of the site outside approved F2 planning permission as an area for outdoor sport or recreation. There's been no assessment of the risks of using this site as a holding area, which include it's outside the city boundary with a speed limit of 50 miles per hour. HGVs will be approaching from junction 12 on the M11. There's a very precise right turn needed to access into the site against traffic accelerating up to 50 miles when leaving Cambridge. Very narrow entrance. There's a photographs which show how narrow it is and likely to be approaching the entrance at very low speed and therefore blocking the carriageway. There's a clash with us users of the sports ground travelling by bike and foot, indeed coaches arriving for matches, in fact blocking off areas to access the car parking. The swept path analysis shows traffic reversing across other users of the site and overrunning hedges on the way out. Exiting when called up to the site would generate even more risk with the HGVs crossing two fast streams of traffic exiting and leaving the traffic. It has the feeling of a series of accidents waiting to happen. Moving on to the issue of entering Newnham Croft. At the meeting with Morgan Sindel on the 18th of June at the Social Club, the community was promised that each HGV would be accompanied by banksmen for the whole of its journey from the traffic lights at the corner of Lammasland through to the site. This is not what is now in CMT version 12. The banksman only takes charge of the vehicle at the start of Short Lane. It is not acceptable to renege on that assurance given to the community. The route along Granchester Street, as I mentioned earlier, is a multi-element route with often oncoming traffic having to share a single carriageway space as well as complex cycle traffic. Many HGV drivers will not necessarily know the route, and being guided through this area is essential. The area around the co-op is complex with many shoppers dropping off for 10 minutes. There's Lammas Court with elderly residents crossing the road. Short Lane, even with the suspension, Short Lane entrance to the site, even with the suspension of parking through the TTRO, it is still uncertain whether HGVs can access the site. I refer you to page 37 of the agenda pack. This image has already been shown. Alstone Croft entry Schweff path, and also page 38, Alstone exit. The vehicle size shown on the bottom right is 10 metres, not 11.9. These are the only two vehicles, the only two documents which show the full swept path into and out of the site. So whether the 11.9 metres vehicle can access the site and exit the site is still unknown. The comments of the independent consultant here are only contained in a set of emails. There's no full report, and limited weight should really be given to these email trails. In terms of the highway authority approval, there's an even more astonishing lack of information or content in the highway sign-off, merely noting that version 12 traffic management plan manages the risks and hazards that are always associated with construction traffic, so they should fall within the range of such risks and hazards that users of the public highway would expect to meet when doing the same. What does this mean? If you step out of your door, you might have to deal with a lorry or two. It is clear that no real assessment whatsoever of the risks to vulnerable highways users has been made by the Highways Authority. So, we're faced with the stark conclusion that we only have one thorough, detailed expert report to consider. That produced by Bruce Bramber, an expert with excellent qualification, who recommends that the CTMP is still not fit for purpose, and as identified by the red sections on the report, the conditions should not be charged. There can be little risk of a cost outcome for the council if this entirely reasonable approach is adopted and it is not discharged. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Glasberg.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I won't stand up to say this because I'm losing my voice, so I hope you can all hear me. So the application before you is before you with a large number of technical documents all seeming to show that every aspect of this transport plan has been carefully considered and that the recommendation from officers is that condition 14 should now be discharged. It's not surprising that many residents are coming to this meeting fearing that it's a done deal. When the application for the development first came to the Planning Committee in January 2023, it was discussed for 6 hours before councillors voted unanimously to refuse it because of its adverse impact on the conservation area, amenity and biodiversity in Paradise Nature Reserve. Whether it was possible to access this large development through narrow residential streets safely, or indeed at all, was never considered, with the highways officer saying he couldn't comment because there was no detailed transport plan. When the development was approved on appeal, yet again, this issue was never addressed, with the inspector saying construction traffic could all be managed through conditions. So condition 14 requires a construction and transport management plan, CTMP for short, to be approved by the local authority to show that there can be safe access to the site before any demolition or construction work can begin. A CTMP was submitted in January 2025, but it had no details of the number or type of vehicles, how many per day or how long for, and it was refused because of the lack of information. Since then, there have been 11 further iterations of this plan, and as more details have leaked out and the number of vehicles has increased, alarm has grown at the scale of what is proposed and its likely impact on our community. There have now been over 100 objections to the plan, with only 2 in support. In his report of 10.71, the planning officer says that, quote, "It is inevitable that with this application site in particular, developing out the permission will in practice cause a degree of temporary harm and disruption to local residents." He recognises that the very densely populated network of small no-through roads in Newnham Croft makes this amount of construction traffic especially problematic, but glibly dismisses the very real risks, especially for the most vulnerable, and you've heard residents speak for themselves about some of those. So to add further, and this is not for a short period, it will last for at least 2 years, and probably more, as those of us who've had any building work done are well aware. To add further chaos into the mix, cabling work for the development will close Grantchester Street for the whole of the summer, starting next week. The transport plan states that construction traffic will follow the diversion routes, but they are narrow residential streets with a series of right-angled bends and poor visibility at the junctions. They're totally unsuitable for HGVs. I had hoped that you would be able to see those on your site visit, but it seems that didn't happen. This is not the route that was agreed by the inspector at appeal or deemed acceptable by highways. No swept path analyses have been provided or any evidence that construction vehicles can negotiate these streets safely, or indeed at all. Queen's is desperate to be able to start work next week regardless, as all demolition work must be done in the school holidays, and the college has put considerable pressure on to enable this. The officers advise you to approach the proposal, quote, in a fair-minded way, as any refusal may result in an appeal, with costs. The planning process should indeed be fair-minded, and so threats of planning appeal and costs should play no part in it. Your decision should be based solely on evidence and policies, and it must be reasonable. You have evidence from a very well-respected and independent consultant who has studied this transport plan in detail over all its iterations that it is still deficient, and that it doesn't demonstrate that the construction can be undertaken without an unacceptable risk to vulnerable highway users. Regarding policy, the submitted CTMP does not comply with Local Plan Policy 81, which requires developments to reduce transport impacts to an acceptable level, particularly for pedestrians and cyclists, or Local Plan Policy 35, which requires that development proposals avoid significant adverse effects on health, quality of life or amenity. These issues have never been discussed before, so this condition is not a formality or a minor matter. You should not discharge it unless you feel confident that this transport plan does indeed provide safe access to the site and is robust enough to protect our community in the best possible way over the lengthy period of construction. The key consideration in planning is the balance between benefit and harm, and as members of the Planning Committee, that has to be your guiding principle. The only benefit of approving this CTMP now, with so many issues outstanding, is to allow Queen's College to start work on demolition immediately. But the potential for harm to the whole community, especially the most vulnerable, children, the elderly, and people with disabilities, is very great. Mr. Fithian Green has asked for this to be discharged as quickly as possible, just to get it over with. But I speak for the great majority of Newnham residents who ask that you do not discharge this condition until all the serious concerns that have been raised about the proposed construction and transport management plan that is before you have been assessed. Assessed and addressed. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much, councillors. Right, okay. Appreciate your thoughts, but you're not at the theatre. This is a quasi-judicial committee. It's not appropriate to clap, boo, holler, anything else. But if you want to listen to the debate, that's great. I'm glad to have you here, but no clapping, please. Michael, was there anything in those two statements you wanted to pick up on? I'm thinking particularly unlawful use of site as a hoarding area, not fit for purpose, CTMP was mentioned, and also Policy 81, and anything else you picked up on before we go to debate.
Thank you, Chair. There are probably a few points I can comment on, and also happy to pick up further in the debate. In terms of the Queen's College Sports Ground, it's probably worth making clear that that is obviously within the ownership of Queen's. They have complete control over the use of that site and the use of the fields. It's the opinion of officers that using that site for the purposes set out would not be unlawful. That's our opinion at this point in time. We may have to look at that further separately. There is reference in paragraph 7.1.7 of the... No, I might have to come back to that. I think I've noted down the wrong paragraph. Bear with me. There is reference to it in the TMP, but I have misplaced which paragraph that is, so I might circle back to that.
Let's go come back to it.
The banksman, Councillor Clough touched on, obviously the positioning of the banks persons are as set out in the traffic management plan. I can't comment on what discussions may have taken place outside of the document before you. There were some comments about manoeuvring within the site and the the swept path analysis being the 10-metre vehicle versus the 11.9 as the largest. I think within the traffic management plan that KMC have put together, the Appendix C demonstrates the worst case vehicles can access and leave the site safely, which is the 11.9 metre vehicles. There are swept paths showing that size of vehicle leaving the site in forward gear. Appendix E has been prepared to show that it's possible for vehicles to manoeuvre within the site and exit in forward gear. It is a matter of fact that those vehicles shown in Appendix E have been based on a 10 metre and not an 11.9 metre, but Appendix C shows that those larger vehicles can still move outside the site, so that's just a matter of fact to clarify. And then Councillor Glasberg touched on the cabling work that might be taking place on, or will be taking place on Grantchester Street. It's our understanding as officers that those works are being done on behalf of Queen's College. So Queen's will have a degree of input into those works and could potentially suspend those works if necessary to enable the demolition phase, depending on what was a priority or if there was a conflict. Or indeed, we're under the understanding of the, although those works may prevent residential vehicles from moving through that area, it may be possible for them to allow the HGV vehicles through. But again, that's Queens are part of that UK power network works. It's not unattached to what Queens are doing. So I think that's just worth noting there. I'll perhaps come back to the paragraph in the debate. I don't want to delay things on that part. Thank you, Chair.
All right, that's fine. Thanks, Michael. I'll just quickly do what I was going to do earlier. In terms of democracy, so this meeting, we have a job of work to do. As a quasi-judicial committee, as I mentioned, we refer to things like the National Planning Policy Framework, local planning policies, and indeed your own South Union local plan. And we decision makers will be making a decision on that basis. So, members, debate. Councillor Bennett.
Hi, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pick up some of the points from the earlier statements. First one I want to pick up is from amend the text in paragraph 10.8 on the supplement, and it refers to vehicles during school term times to be between the hours of 9:30 to 2:30 p.m. Now, my concern is that we've been told that there are early years children present at that school who go home at lunchtime, and we know that under sevens, which is early years, are not yet to the point where they have developed full road safety judgment and are particularly at risk. So I'm concerned about the conflict between that and the hours proposed. I'd also like to say it's very obvious from looking around this room and from my own visit to the area that there is a high density of people who are more vulnerable on the streets than average because they're older, because they've got disabilities, because they have children with them. And I would have been more happy if the Access Officer, Mark Taylor, had been involved in assessing highway safety, because it doesn't matter if the area's safe for a lycra-clad cyclist who's adult and fully fit. It has to be safe for everybody. Thank you. Those are the points I'd like addressed, please, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Any more to go back to Michael? Points? No. Okay, Michael, that.
Thank you, Chair. I think obviously the point that Councillor Bennett has raised, we're not here to debate the hours that have been imposed. That was part of the appeal decision. We cannot alter the fact that it says deliveries can take place between 9:30 and 2:30 during school term time. Clearly there will be comings and goings to and from the school during those hours, but the intent is to avoid the peak rush hour, not rush hour, but the school run. And I would expect, particularly early years, pupils to be accompanied by an adult. But that's just my informal personal view. In terms of consulting the Access Officer, I'm not aware that we've, I don't want to say ever, consulted the Access Officer on a traffic management plan before. Typically it's a technical matter that is dealt with by the local highways authority. So I do take the point, but it's not typically a matter of process. I don't know, Toby, whether there's anything you would want to touch on in addition to that, shaking his head, so no, that's fine. While I've got the mic, if it's helpful, I can jump back to some previous points, if that's okay. So, and I'll display it on screen for clarity. Bear with me. He says. Sorry.
While Michael's waiting for the IT, does anyone need a comfort break? Don't want to drag on forever. This could go on a while, couldn't it? Yeah. Michael, you do that then we'll have a comfort break afterwards.
Okay. So just going back in relation to Councillor Clough's point about the use of the sports centre park, sports ground car park in paragraph 6.1.10 of the traffic management plan, it does say that at present the sports ground is used daily with visits from large coaches, tractors, trailers and articulated lorries, which often use the site as temporary vehicle holding area. As such, the proposed use of the sports ground for the temporary holding of HGVs during construction is not considered a new activity. The HGVs proposed to use the vehicle holding area will be smaller than the largest vehicles that currently access the area. So I think that just puts a bit of context around that. If members wish, I can show you the photographs that show a large vehicle entering and exiting while I'm still on the mic.
Yeah, do that. And also, I don't know if, with regard to Councillor Bennett's question, whether Patrick might want to say anything with regard to that or not. I don't know.
Yeah, by all
up
means.
to you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Bennett. What we've been looking at to do here, or what I've been seeking to do here, is to ensure that the condition is addressed. And I note entirely what you say about the need for further afield awareness of movements. And as Michael mentioned, it's not one of the slides which were actually put up, but there is a very clear figure in the traffic management plan that was prepared by KMC in association with Morganson regarding the need to be aware of certain locations down Grantchester Street and elsewhere. But the actual condition which we've been asked to look at, and I've been seeking to make sure we address on this occasion, relates to Short Lane. But there's nothing to say that the bankspersons cannot therefore make sure that all awareness is raised of everybody who uses these residential streets in order to actually access the site. Another point I'd just like to raise, just in case it gets lost in the ongoing dialogue, is regards to the preparation of the traffic management plan and the identification of issues that might arise. And we were hearing from yourselves and the local residents regarding the issue that occurred at the entrance. One of the issues which was raised through the process of reviewing the traffic management plans as they went along was the fact that the existing gates were not compatible with the swept path analysis that were identified, as well as what Michael said, the temporary traffic regulation order. And it is perfectly clear the existing arrangements would not have been suitable to accommodate the large vehicles. But now that that's been identified through the traffic management process, those gates will be removed and replacement wider gates will be provided because the tracking exercise identified this as a problem. And I know Michael's going to just talk about the access to the sports ground. We'll come back to that in a second, if that's okay.
Yep, thanks. So, Michael, back to you.
Thank you, Patrick. So I'll just display, again, as a point of clarity, these are the tracking plans that show an 11.9 metre vehicle entering and exiting the sports ground site. It is tight, that's not denied. And here are the photographs which are, I will zoom in for you, published on the website to demonstrate this visually. So you can see a vehicle does get through. Probably pause at this point. So there is sufficient width. There is also an illustration in the traffic management plan that shows the dimensions of these. So officers satisfies the technical tracking plans do show it. It is achievable. It is tight, but it is achievable. And yeah, good point.
Yeah, just to confirm also that this was a specific matter that arose out of one of the reviews that we did of the submitted drawing. The drawings that were in that original draft of the traffic management plan and thereafter were not clear to me, having done a site inspection as well, whether it was possible for these vehicles to get in and out. So we specifically requested details of how this works. Now, it is also part of the plan that the visibility, from the review, the visibility for traffic emerging onto Barton Road again will be cleared by way of the upgrade of the visibility display coming out looking to the left, which is across the M11. So from that point of view, the visibility and the actual layout of the junction is capable of taking the type of vehicles which will be going in and out of there as part of what Queen's College is proposing to do. As Michael said, the actual site itself is part of Queen's College demise, so it is down to them to manage it as befits their requirements. But from a highway point of view, the visibility and the turning in and out is something that, from a technical point of view, is now demonstrated as workable.
All right, thanks, Patrick. Thanks, Michael. Did you want to come back at all, Councillor Bennett, on that point? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much for that, Patrick and Michael. And before I go any further, could I say thank you to Michael, who stepped in at the last moment to replace the officer previously involved. And I know that's quite difficult in a complex case like this. I think my concern is still on whether highway safety is achieved. But I particularly also like guidance on whether we
Is this the same point you were coming back on, or is this another point? Because we could do the other point after the break if it is another point.
I think it develops in enough point, and I'd be quite keen to have a break, Chair.
Well, that's my thought. Yeah, okay. So we'll have a break, 5 minutes. Don't discuss the item while you're on the break, because we're still in the middle of the item. And just on that, you know, there was a bit of a lull there in terms of questions, surprisingly. This is a very important item. Have a good think. We're not experts, but we've got experts in the room. We come back, we interrogate them, decide the item. So have a break. Thanks very much.
We're live now, Chair.
Okay, welcome back after a short break on item 6, Alston Croft. Now then, where were we? We had just a short break. I think Councillor Bennett was still wanting to say some more or ask questions, so Councillor Bennett.
So thank you very much, Chair. I was just at a point where I was thanking Michael for stepping in at short notice during Tom Gray's holiday, and, you know, particularly on such a complex case. So thank you, Michael. I just wanted to pick up on a couple of the points on your response. I noticed Patrick's comment about involving the access officer. I do think it's a pity he wasn't involved, because I think he could have prevented us, you know, on the first day of the school holiday, still arguing about whether this is safe or not. And I would like to make a general point of perhaps considering his involvement in future highways, traffic management. I also am puzzled by the comment about highway safety being a technical content, because surely we all know whether a situation is safe or not. You know, walking and cycling is something we all do. I also wanted to pick up, and this is maybe a question for Keith or for Toby, on whether we can take into account the possibility that Queen's might be able to delay the UK power networks work, or whether we'd actually have to have that confirmed today to take account of it for planning purposes. Because I know that our chair is very good at reminding us we're not here to consider ifs and buts and maybes, but the scheme that's on the table. So I'd be grateful if you could comment on that. And at that point, I will hand over to the others for their own questions.
Righto, thanks, Councillor. Do you want to go first, Michael?
Well, yeah, thank you, Councillor Bennett. I think, obviously, members have to deal with what is before them in the traffic management plan. I think I was just making you aware of wider discussions that have taken place between officers and Queen's over that conflict, but I will give the opportunity to Toby and Keith if they want to add to that point.
Yeah, okay. Toby, Keith?
Yeah, through you, Chair. I mean, it's material. I don't think whether those works happen this summer or at a later period are fatal to the implementation of the traffic management plan. The Queen's have been working very closely with UK PRS in relation to the works, because the Queen's have commissioned the works themselves, and they feel confident that no diversions would necessarily be required, given that the works are going to be kind of staged in phases. They would look, I think, in the first place to be able to kind of wave traffic through. So I don't think the scheme stands or falls in relation to that matter. It's a separate matter, and Queen's will be able to manage it appropriately if issues do arise. And I'm sure Queen's, and they have indicated this informally, would look to kind of cease those works to facilitate the demolition happening this summer. But as I said, I don't think it's entirely necessary from my discussions and Michael's discussions with the applicants.
Thank you, Toby. And Keith, so you were addressed by name. I don't know if you want to add anything to that or not.
No, I can't add anything useful to what Toby has said. It's a matter for Queen's to sort out.
Righto, thanks very much. And just on the point of the access officer, Councillor, correct me if I'm wrong, officers, but that person has access to all planning applications and chooses to respond to those which he or she, I think it's a he mostly, isn't it? It's Mark only, chooses to respond to. So in this case, there is not a response. Doesn't always happen. Any more questions for debate? Yeah, Councillor Porrer.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, obviously this is a very emotional issue and everyone's worried about it. The problem I have is this work is happening. This has been agreed by the inspector. It wasn't agreed by this committee, but as it is, this is happening. the condition is clear, this route is acceptable. And obviously looking at the map in quite a lot of detail, there is no other route. Because my first thought was, okay, if this isn't great, let's do it a different way. There is no other way. My other real concern is we've heard repeatedly and rightly from the governors and the heads of the school about how this has to happen in the school holidays. And thank you so much to the speaker for talking so eloquently about your loss. Obviously, huge condolences, I can't imagine that. But my concern is also, if we were not to discharge this today, this work would not happen in the summer holidays, basically. And whilst it could be pepper potted across the year, I suspect actually there'd be quite a case to push it forward and do it out of the holidays. So for me, it's not as straightforward as just refusing it. Because if we refuse it, we miss that window that we have worked really hard to get, where the children won't be in school, where the pollution will be, or dust, all the kind of big travel, a lot of the demolition is where you need these big lorries. And then I thought, okay, maybe we have massive lorries and do it in half the time. That's even worse, clearly. Or you have lots of small lorries and double the time. All of these options are not great. And I have to say, with my planning hat on, reading through this is as robust as I've ever seen for a management plan. The other thing that really worries me is currently, as I think various of you, including the officer, have alluded to, we've got illegal movements on that site, or not permitted, shall I say, because we don't have banks people. My concern again is if we delay this, that carries on potentially. I'm sure Queen's wouldn't wish to do that, and maybe it wasn't their vehicles. I'm not alleging anything. But the bottom line is this has banks people. And actually, I've been watching the Botanic site where we were quite robust, I think, a few years ago. So, the one on Hills Road by the Flying Pig. They have banks people. I walk by there all the time, and they're surprisingly effective. They stop the traffic when needed. And what I was going to ask, I had some questions to ask. Could we condition that the banks people do manage pedestrian and cycle traffic? Because I think Councillor Bennett has a good point. And I've seen them doing it at Botanic. So they literally say, stop here, we're reversing a lorry in, don't walk. So, that's one to come back to officers about. Could we also condition that the shuttle bus has to be a small bus, just in terms of traffic management? I think it's implied, but I would feel more confident if that was made clear. And the other questions I have are, I think you've covered the cabling. Someone mentioned the water contamination from the wheel wash. My understanding is that's already conditioned and we're monitoring that, but I wonder if the officer could just confirm that. And I just wondered if the officer could confirm that we're satisfied that the route protection for any trees where these big lorries are going along will be dealt with. The problem from a planning perspective, there's no consultee objections at the moment. We have, I believe, an independent expert here. They're not part of the LPA, the Local Planning Authority. And my worry at the moment is if this were to be refused, this just prolongs the agony, and it means the school is particularly badly affected because of the summer holiday issue being so critical. And I've sat on, I think, most of these applications and conditions, and for me, I do think this has to start moving soon, because otherwise it's going to be worse for the people in the schools, and it's going to be more movements over the winter. This school period is so critical to the health of the children at the school. I'm worried if we delay it, we make that a lot worse. Sorry, Chair, there weren't that many questions, but hopefully there are a few there.
No, that's very useful, and I want to pick up on those myself. But firstly, Councillor Todd Jones, was it on the same point or a different point you want to ask?
I was going to specifically ask actually about section 1.2, 3 and 4 in the report, just to clarify a couple of things, if that's okay, Chair.
Yeah, can I just get Councillor Porter's things done first then, and then we'll go back to you if that's right.
Okay.
Is it the
I was going to make some points that Councillor Porter...
go on then, go on, you carry on. Go on.
I can cover those first if you like, but I was struck by, I think all of us here are working to mitigate as much as possible the effect of the construction of this development that's been approved on appeal by the planning inspector, and we all want to safeguard all the vulnerable residents who might be impacted. And the critical thing for me was hearing that the consequences of delay today, like Councillor Porter, means probably at least a further year of construction work outside the window that we have in terms of the summer school holidays. So I'm coming from a position of safeguarding the interests of vulnerable residents, including children in the area. And that is the bottom line for me, and I suspect for everyone in this room. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So, Michael, I'm going to go back to you on those two councillors' questions. I just wanted to re-emphasise the point that Councillor Poore made there about the suggestion that the project could take longer. I'm not quite sure where we stand on that. Maybe you could talk about that. I mean, it sounds a bit like a threat. You know, if this committee doesn't make X decision, then this happens. I'm not quite sure if that's a reasonable way of looking at the situation. I realise practically that could be the way it pans out, but I'm not sure if it, you know, do we even know that for sure that that would be the case, or is that just a presumption? Because, you know, I've sort of presumed that myself, but I might be wrong to presume that it would last longer.
Thank you, Chair. Am I allowed to ask a question of clarification?
Yeah, of course.
The first point you made was around the use of the bank's persons. Obviously, the condition is requiring them from the Short Lane junction. I didn't quite understand the query.
I think to be explicit that they're not just managing traffic movement, they're also managing pedestrian and cycles. So, for example, if a big lorry is coming down a section of small street and you can see there's some people coming, then you stop the people as well as the cars. I think it's probably implied, but I've certainly seen them using it, the Botanics one, quite effectively and just closing the pavement temporarily when a lorry comes through. So just because I know residents are concerned about that and I share their concerns, but that does seem like a sensible way of potentially offering some comfort because they will be with the vehicle the whole way.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Michael, I presume that's part of the training, is it?
Yes, so that is the purpose of the bank's people, that they are with the vehicles moving through that area and they manage those vehicle movements and any potential pedestrian or cyclist movements. Particularly, there is a gate access to Paradise Nature Reserve on the southern edge. So those banks people are there to absolutely manage all traffic movements associated with the development through that area. In terms of conditioning the size of the bus, obviously we can't add a condition to a condition, but the information within the traffic management plan states that it is an 8-seater minibus. We don't have the dimensions, but obviously that will be significantly smaller than the larger vehicles moving through the site. I think I touched on it in the presentation that the wheel washing and any runoff from that facility on site to deal with the requirements of the TMP condition have been considered and taken into account in the surface water drainage condition that has been discharged, obviously to avoid any water runoff and pollution in that sense. And again, in terms of the trees, there is an application has been discharged that deals with any tree works and protection. It's kind of a separate matter to this condition, albeit related because of the vehicle movements. So I think that covers your queries. Apologies, I didn't pick up that Councillor Todd Jones had a question for me within what you said, but if I missed that, please let me know.
Yes, it was sort of on a separate matter, really. It was referring to 1.2 to 1.4 in the report. So, I mean, the planning inspector concerns were following the refusal of discharge of the condition previously, referenced about the narrow streets. I think we all accept that access to the site is narrow and difficult. But I did want to go back to, if you can, bring up the slide regarding the bend in the Short Lane en route to the site, and referencing 1.2 where sufficient width to allow construction vehicles to access the site is mentioned in particular in the report. And I think you reference some mitigation measures in terms of the inner side of that bend to help mitigate access of vehicles. And I was partly interested in what will happen there, and also about would there be a commitment to reinstate that boundary and also the various sort of installations within that boundary as well.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I'll share screen so we can see the relevant visuals. So this is the approved tree works plan, which I think is what you're referring to, that these hedgerows along the eastern and northern boundary of Short Lane are to be cut back as part of the works. I don't believe that there are any other works proposed to that bend that are necessary to then deal with the vehicle tracking, which I will jump forward to here. So I think they are the only works that are necessary to accommodate. In terms of reinstating those shrubs, I guess they have a tendency to grow back, but I don't think there's necessarily a requirement to
I had
reinstate.
partly in mind, if it's, sorry, Chair, to come back, the site visit we had, there was, I think, what is known as the henge, which in terms of the henge and the inside of that bend, that might prove some issues in terms of how you're going to get vehicles around that bend.
So, and again, through your chair, my interpretation of this plan and the features we observed on site is that these marks here on the plan, which you might have to get closer to the screen to see, denote where those sort of more solid features are. So my reading is that they're not proposed for any sort of removal, and that they can remain in situ without impacting on the vehicles moving. But that's my officer interpretation of these plans.
Yeah, you can see them on screen. I can see them from here. They're still there. Anything else, Michael?
I don't think so, but if I've missed anything, please do let me know.
Sort of did a bit. So the bit about 2 years, stroke 3 years, stroke what decision we make, what implications that has, that sort of thing. Did you want to speak about that at all?
I can, Chair, and I suspect Toby may wish to as well. I think there's certainly never any intention of threats to the committee. Obviously, the committee can make the decision it feels fit. I think it's making members aware that this is the programme before you. If that slips, then obviously summer holidays 2025 and the 5 weeks programme can't take place, and then those works may need to be staggered through, I should know the holidays, I have children, but the October half-term break and the Christmas break. But I don't think that in any way is there to sway members. I think that's just a matter of fact that this is the programme before you. If it can't be delivered, then the developer, the college would be having to look at an alternative programme of works. Toby, I don't know if there's anything you want to touch on that point.
I think you've said it perfectly, Michael, really. I've nothing to add.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say that anyone was threatening anyone. It's good to understand the facts of the matter, that's all. So that was the thing. So there's just one thing to clarify from earlier. There was talk about the crane arriving on site and that being the longest vehicle. And we weren't quite clear about how many movements the crane movements might be. And one presumes that a crane arrives and then it's used and then the job ends and then it goes. But I don't know. I'm not an expert on sites. So I don't know if you can answer that at all, Michael, or if not, I can use my chair's prerogative and ask the applicant if they want to say yay or nay to that.
I can only clarify that the crane is not the longest vehicle. The crane is the 11.533 metre vehicle, and it's the loading vehicle that is the 11.9. The document, as I said earlier, doesn't actually tell us how many crane movements will take place, so that may well be an opportunity for you to ask at your discretion the applicant to clarify that point, because I'm unable to.
And Patrick, I presume, is not in a position to answer that question? No. Okay. So,
sorry, Chair. No, there isn't anything actually in the document, and it would just be an assumption, so you're correct to ask.
So would the applicant be willing to come to a microphone and just answer briefly that question? It's best if you just say yes or no really to questions rather than talk a lot. But so basically the question is, will the crane come to site, be used and then go away, or is there more to it than that?
It's very limited in terms of its movement on and off site. It's there to put up the CLT frame, timber frames. So once that's sequenced, it's very limited movement.
All right, thank you very much. So just with regard to what was said there, CLT is cross-laminated timber, so that's a form of construction. Right, members, any more debates? Yes, Councillor Illingworth.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask a question about air pollution and HGV emissions, or is that outside?
You can ask it. Any more questions to go back to Michael with? Councillor Bennett? Sorry, Councillor Illingworth, had you finished then? Did you want to ask?
No, I just wanted to ask another question.
Carry on, you carry on then.
And this is about the Banks people or Banks persons. Having been on the site inspection on Monday, it would seem to me that a Banks person or persons working from Barton Road right down to the site would be much more appropriate than just from Short Lane. So I don't know if that's a possibility, but I'd certainly like to see that.
All right, good question, thank you. So Councillor Bennett?
Funnily enough, I was also wanted to ask about the Banks people because I couldn't join the Monday site visit because of a minor accident, so I had to do my own separate visit, and I couldn't help but notice that people are arriving at the route, you know, up to Alstoncroft and all sorts of places, and I couldn't really see how two Banks people could ensure safety for everybody using that. I found the roads in that area inherently dangerous, even without construction traffic. I had to take evasive action 4 times in 2 hours. Admittedly, it doesn't help that I was on a mobility scooter and had to go up the middle of the road because there was nowhere else safe for me. But I do understand that there's been 11 separate attempts to make a plan to make this safe. And I can see that efforts have been made, and this may be the safest version of the plan to date. But what I can't see is that it actually achieves safety. And that is where I'm stuck at the moment. So anything you can add, Michael and Patrick, on that would be very much appreciated.
Right, thank you. Okay, Councillor Pora.
So again, I just want to reiterate, my understanding is county highways are happy with this. And obviously our independent person as well, because obviously in planning terms, grounds for rejection needs to be based in fact, and if we are being clearly told that this is manageable, though I still would like to have some reference to cyclists and pedestrians in the traffic management plan if I can, just to be explicit, you know, the county highways take their responsibilities seriously, and so can the planning officer confirm that they have definitely seen all of this and that this has been signed off as, in their view, safe?
Good question, thank you, Councillor. Okay, so I'm going to go back to Michael now, and I think we'll have the decision after then, unless there are any last final questions. Michael.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, councillors. I think I can take some of those questions, but I'll also refer to Patrick. Councillor Illingworth, you queried pollution and HGVs. I think as officers we accept that point and we've heard about that impact, but it's outside of the remit, I think, of this particular condition. In terms of pollution, it's looking at highway safety. The Banks people tending to Barton Road, I think was raised by both yourself and Councillor Bennett. The wording of the condition, and perhaps I'll share my screen again so everyone has it before them. And what has been inferred from the inspector's decision and wording of the condition is Part 5 clearly sets out the requirements for a Banks person. And then the sort of final paragraph to the condition focuses on the potential conflict with pedestrian and cyclists using Short Lane and the access road and how that conflict can be avoided. And then in terms of what the inspector said within their report, again it says, however, due to the presence of on-street parking, particularly along Short Lane, if construction traffic is not managed appropriately, it could result in harm to highway safety and conflict with pedestrians. So it's this, apologies for jumping through slides, it's this area, I've not got the pointer on, from this point round to the entrance to the site that the inspector seems particularly focused on Banks people being employed to help manage vehicle movements against pedestrian and cycle movements. That is to be delivered through this traffic management plan. Whether a Banks person is appropriate all the way up to Barton Road, difficult to comment on. Obviously, Queens are hearing what is being said today, and they may choose to extend that, but in terms of what is written in the document that may be approved, it would secure the Banks people along this section of the route, which is what the inspector looked for. If that was to be extended, that's not within what is before members today. In terms of the functionality of the Banks people, I think that's probably a good one for Patrick to come in.
Yeah, Councillor Bennett, I understand entirely your position. The issue with regards to the Banks people, though, is that they need to address this condition, and therefore, whilst I recognise that there are already issues arising from what's happening in that area, the purpose of these Banks people is to safely negotiate as required by the conditions. So those vehicles which are entering or leaving the site associated with the demolition or construction phase need to be managed. Now, what's happening outside that sphere, unfortunately, is not actually something which is party to this particular traffic management plan, although I do understand entirely what your position is and your concerns are regarding general road safety in that area. So it is incumbent upon this traffic management plan to ensure that the measures included are those that address the actual impact of the construction phase. And that is what we've been seeking to make sure is covered clearly in the various submissions that have been made. And your point regarding safety, as Councillor Porras said, yes, the Highway Authority has reviewed this. They are the Highway Authority. I'm not the Highway Authority. I'm simply looking to ensure that everything that is in this document is reviewed against the condition to try and make sure that everything is before you to make this decision. But it is a case that when one is looking at such traffic management plans, you look at the roads, you look at what needs to go up and down them, you undertake the tracking exercises, and you make sure that everything can enter and leave in forward gear on the basis that the issues regarding all the other environmental impacts are considered by other conditions. So the condition relating to traffic management plan is a physical one, and therefore that is what we're looking at, how to manage those vehicles as they enter and leave and approach the site. And that's how, from the review that I've done, this is what Morgan Sindall and Queens have been seeking to do. And the matters which are covered within the traffic management plan are those which I would expect to see in such a traffic management plan. And therefore, that's why we've sought to introduce the additional measures. And just to come back to your comment regarding LANTRA, it actually stands for Land-Based and Environmental Training and Regulation Authority. So it is actually an authority which undertakes training associated with construction and other types of industry that are land-based. Thank you.
Right, thanks Patrick, thanks Michael. Any more final questions before we go to the recommendation? Nope, okay, recommendation then please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is on page 31 of the officer report pack, and that is to approve the discharge of condition 14 subject to the details as set out under paragraph 11.1.
Thank you, Toby. All in favour of that recommendation?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Chair.
5 against.
That's 1, Chair.
Okay, so the item is approved. Thank you very much. Good, robust debate. We've been at it about 2 hours. Do you want to have a little break again, or do you want to just carry on? Yes, I've seen a nod. So, okay, 5-minute break. Yeah, 5-minute break, then the next item. Thank you. 5 then, please. Okay, welcome back after a short break. So we've just completed item 6, we're now to item 7, Alston Croft. We've got speakers who are Danny Redhead, objector, and then 2 councillors, Councillor Glasberg and Councillor Clough. So when you're ready, Michael, to present the item, please.
Thank you, Chair. Before I start, we are joined online by Greg Kearney from the Council's Environmental Health Officer, given the technical nature of this application. Greg, do you want to say a quick hello and introduce who you are?
Sorry, Michael. Can you hear me all? Yeah.
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah, Greg Kearney, Principal Environmental Health Officer at Cambridge City Council. I'm like Michael covering for Elizabeth Bruce, who is the case officer, but I've read the case extensively, so I'm very happy to answer questions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Michael.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Greg. That one. Right, so this application before members is another discharge of conditions application, reference 22/02066 Cond F, and it relates to the submission of details required by condition 8, which is an air quality and dust management plan of planning permission 22/02066 FUL, and again it is at Alstone Croft in Cambridge. Just by way of quick updates, again, there were further representations received after the completion of the amendment sheet update report, including specifically from Richard Buxton Solicitors and Newnham Croft Primary School, which I believe was circulated direct to members. They have been published on the website, they have been reviewed by officers and environmental health officers, and we're satisfied that the matters raised are dealt with in the report and no doubt part of discussion today. So just by way of background, this application was previously presented to committee on the 25th of June, and the decision was made to defer the item on the basis of 2 points. The interpretation of what is best practice, and a request from Newnham Croft Primary School for access to the dust monitoring data. And we'll come on to those points as we go, but just to touch on those briefly now, in consultation with our environmental health team, it's considered that the proposed mitigation measures are suitable to minimise dust and emissions, and they do meet the Institute of Air Quality Management best practice. I'll probably speak about that a bit more later. Again, just a quick reminder for thoroughness, this is the site at Alstone Croft. And this is the wording of the condition, which I can read in full if members wish, but it's quite a long one, and it is in the reports. But obviously it's focusing on an air quality and dust management plan, details of consultation with key receptors, mitigation measures, how the site will be laid out, details of phasing and demolition works, roles and responsibilities for site management, and the approach that would be taken should exceedance levels be exceeded. And this condition is there to protect the living conditions of nearby occupiers, including sensitive receptors such as the primary school, which is to the north of the site. So again, going through the condition point by point as set out in the report, Part A of the condition requires consultation with the primary school and other sensitive receptors. So what is on screen is a timetable of events that I understand to have taken place that Tom Gray would obviously have been in discussions with. And it's considered that the extent of consultations held with the key receptors living nearby the application site, again, Newnham Croft Primary School and Alstone Road residents, is acceptable, and that Part A of the condition has been met. Part B of the condition looks at the site-specific mitigation measures. So the report that has been submitted identifies that there is a medium risk to human health without any mitigation. as a result of the works that need to be carried out on site. But what the plan proposes to do is a range of mitigation measures that are on screen before you, including solid barriers, wet methods of cleaning, stockpiles, use for electric battery-powered equipment, dust suppression, mechanical alternatives will be used for demolition, earthworks to be covered, bulk cement and other fine powders to be stored in silos to prevent escape, as you can see on the screen. And overall, these measures are considered suitable to minimise dust and emission impacts upon sensitive receptors, in line with the Institute of Air Quality Management guidance. And the measures that are employed are considered to meet best practice. And just continuing on with the point of best practice, the proposed mitigation measures are appropriate for the level of risk, and in some cases actually go beyond what is required for the level of risk identified. I think that's obviously being mindful of the school to the north. And officers consider best practice has been demonstrated in this case. Part C simply relates to laying out of equipment within the site, which is illustrated on this plan here. For members who were on the site visit on Monday, we saw the barrier that's been installed on the northern boundary of the site, which is denoted by this thick blue line, and obviously you have the school to the north. So again, it's considered that the plan and the non-road mobile machinery with regards to minimising use along the northern boundary adjacent to the school and maximising the distance to sensitive receptors is acceptable and in accordance with best practice. Part D of the condition requires details of phasing of demolition and construction works, and the timetable should restrict all demolition works to school holidays. And we've touched on that in the previous item, but again, the programme looks to undertake demolition works during summer holidays 2025. And going on, this is a more detailed Alstonecroft project construction programme. An addendum to section 5 of the AQDMP has been submitted, which provides a demolition and construction timetable. Whilst this provides anticipated timeframes, the timetable can't necessarily be fixed because there are variables such as wind speed that are outside of anyone's control, which may require alteration slightly. But on the basis of the submission, the timetable provided is considered acceptable. Part E of the condition relates to roles and responsibilities in the event of dust episodes, and that's sort of illustrated in the flow chart to the right-hand side. Effectively, the contractor's head office and site manager's contact details were displayed at the site entrance, so in the event of a dust episode or complaints arising, there's a procedure in place to deal with those. Inspections, observations and meteorological conditions and visual monitoring may identify occasions when dust emissions or abnormal emissions occur. The site manager's response to dust episodes is detailed in section 8 of the technical document, which states that all significant dust events will be investigated, addressed, and additional mitigation measures implemented or operations temporarily suspended, depending on the circumstance, or modified to prevent reoccurrence. Which I think I've just touched on, so I'll skip this slide because that talks about the site manager's contact details again. But also within a week of any issues, they will contact the complainant to identify any issues and explain remedial actions taken. Part F relates to the dust management strategy and Part G to the approach to any exceedances. So there are 3 monitors that are to be installed within the site. There are 2 along the northern boundary, adjacent to the primary school, and there's 1 towards the southwest boundary. As it says on screen, if a lower alert is triggered, then the site manager will investigate, assess the cause, and implement additional mitigation, such as water suppression. If an action alert is triggered, and these relate to the table in the bottom right, so if the concentration gets up to 190 or above, then that triggers the action alert, and then the site manager investigates those works, and if it originates from dust due to the works on site, then they will cease immediately and establish what mitigation measures are necessary. And there is also now a commitment to notify the school immediately of any exceedances. Monthly monitoring reports will be shared with the school and the City Council. And, sorry, I've lost my mouse. So all of the details that have been submitted, some of which are very technical, and Greg will be able to assist in any debate on those. Officers consider that the information provided is in accordance with the appropriate Institute of Air Quality Management and constitute best practice. Site-specific mitigation measures, as detailed, will protect local residents and the primary school from unacceptable dust and emissions impacts. Site and equipment information, a timetable of works, the complaints procedure, dust management strategy details, and the approach, should levels be exceeded, have been provided to the satisfaction of officers, and therefore officers recommend the condition is discharged. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions of clarification only? No. Okay, good. Oh, Michael, sorry, Councillor Stodd-Jones.
Yeah, just a quick query. 10.48 in the report mentioned the welcome immediate notification to Newnham Court Primary School regarding the alerts. It references there just the lower alert, but I think you've clarified that it includes the lower alerts and the action alerts. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
I couldn't hear all of that. Can you just repeat the question, Michael Sexton, and just the answer as well?
Yeah, thank you. I think it was just clarification that the school would be notified in the event of a lower level point rather than just the higher alert. That has been confirmed that the school would be notified in that event.
All right, great, thank you. Right, speakers. Danny, you're first from the school. Danny, do you mind going over to the other side? Because where the sort of all the speakers and everything are set up for a microphone and everything. That's it. Thank you very much. So you get 3 minutes to speak, Danny, when you're ready, and half a minute before the end, Bella goes, let you know, and come to an end. Press the button on the right-hand side on the thing, that's it.
Just to say I'm speaking on behalf of school governors. Thank you. School governors were deeply concerned in the last planning meeting that the health impacts of PM10 were trivialised, and a case study we provided highlighting best practice in setting site-specific levels for health, the BARTS case study, was wrongly declared by the Environmental Health Officer as no longer considered part of IAQM guidance on the grounds that it caused too many cessations to work. No, none of these points are correct. Firstly, it is unequivocally the case that PM10 is known to have significant health impacts. We have provided letters from Daniel Marsh, named author of the IAQM guidance, to all councillors in advance. Mr. Marsh confirms the widely known dangers of PM10 to health, including asthma, bronchitis, reduced lung function, and cardiovascular disease, and the particular vulnerability of children to these risks. He also highlights Chris Whitty's Chief Medical Officer report that focuses on air pollution as a public health emergency. Mr. Marsh further confirms that the BARTS case study in 2018 IAQM guidance, which has levels more than half of those proposed here, is considered to be a relevant example of best practice. He emphasises that adopting site-specific lower trigger levels did not cause excessive cessations to work, but rather won multiple awards on the strength of it having worked so well both for the contractor and for health. The school, despite not having the same connections to the air quality industry enjoyed by the council, was able to get prompt expert advice on what best practice should look like following the last meeting. It is deeply frustrating that neither the planning officer nor the EHO at the last meeting were able to say what best practice should look like, despite a whole 20 months having passed since the conditions were confirmed by the inspector in November 2023. It is ludicrous that one day before work is due to commence, we are still debating individual words in the planning condition rather than being confident that Queen's College and the Council have taken on board the intention behind the inspector's condition and done all they can to protect the health and education of a vulnerable group of children. Mr. Marsh provides examples of best practice that we ask the Planning Committee to consider, including setting alert levels in relation to baseline concentrations and to be more stringent than those in standard use, having a dedicated individual with responsibility for air quality on site that is not the site manager, and having an independent third party undertake monitoring with continuous remote access to the data that they can relay to the school in real time to avoid the contractor's conflict of interest. In the planning balance, it is notable that the EHO shared in their report that baseline monitoring has been completed and that this for them is best practice. The mitigation measures and trigger limits, however, remain the same as proposed pre-baseline and bear no relation to the site-specific baseline. It seems unclear what the EHO thinks the purpose of baseline monitoring is if it isn't to then adjust the AQDMP in relation to it. As it stands, baseline monitoring seems purely to have been an exercise of doing for the sake of it, with no link, correlation or follow-through into anything at all. This is categorically not best practice. While the school has no interest in delaying the development, we are incredibly frustrated with the planning officer, the council and Queen's College that the focus still seems to be on undermining the inspector's request for best practice and trying to justify how to get away with doing the minimum possible. This must be done safely, and I would like to point out that the school have a summer holiday every year. The school feel let down. It should not be this hard to convince people to protect children.
Thank you very much. Just turn your microphone off for you, please, Danny. Just press the button. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right. So Councillor Glasberg.
Sorry, I think Councillor Clough wants to speak first.
Okay. All right.
I've listened several times to my recording of the resolution proposed by the legal officer after the sudden adjournment of the discussion of this condition at the last planning meeting, which was, there should be discussions between ourselves and the school, and then this item will be brought back to the next planning meeting. Councillor Bagent also sought, and I quote, can we have a very clear explanation as to what best practice is? So far as I've been able to ascertain, the school has had no discussions with the planning team in the intervening period and has been left to struggle forward on its own, but not without some significant success. The two letters from Daniel Marsh at the Imperial College's Centre for Low Emission Construction, included with the school's letter to the planning committee, are from an expert in the field in air quality with impeccable credentials. The first deals very clearly with what best practice is, and the second confirms the significant risks for vulnerable groups of PM10 and PM2.5. Mr. Marsh's letters have to be regarded as definitive expert advice, which must carry greater weight than the comments in the approval to discharge from the AHO and the best practice note from Morgan Sindel. Best practice will include linking alert levels to actual baseline concentrations, recognizing the context of the site and the vulnerability of the receptors, provision of real-time information, a dedicated individual responsible for air quality on the site, not the site manager, independent third-party monitoring. These are not provided for in the current AQDMP. Moreover, we have a worrying indication on page 3 of Logica Group's baseline monitoring report. For Air Quality Monitor Site 1, which is next to the school and the reception playground, there is percentage data capture of only 69.6%. During 30% of the 3 months, so losing 30% in the 3 months when this monitoring was being undertaken suggests that this unit was not working, and also suggests that no checking of the new unit was even going on. Such a failure leaves little confidence that when the site is in operation, that the sensitive receptors meters away will be protected. I would like to read out an extract from a letter I received from one of our residents who is a parent of a child at Newnham Croft School. My child has a respiratory condition, and I'm deeply concerned about the long-term impact of construction right next to his classroom, alongside the impact of the projected dense construction traffic on the air quality of Newnham. Young children are especially vulnerable to fine particle pollution, and the proximity of the site to both the classrooms and play areas is truly alarming. Queen's College have failed to reassure me that they're taking the health and education of the children at the school seriously. I wrote recently to the college, and instead of addressing my concerns, I was made to feel that if I objected to the Planning Commission, my child would suffer even more prolonged exposure to the construction impacts. The Queen's Bursar said to me by email last week, I quote, that without timely approval, there is a real risk that the overall programme will be extended beyond the current 2-year plan. This would mean that demolition and disruptive phases of work could extend into term time and across multiple holiday periods, including Christmas, Easter and half terms, rather than being completed in a single block during the summer vacation. For the Bursar to put in writing his intention to undertake demolition in term time in direct contravention of the planned inspector's insistence will be a serious concern to the committee. There needs to be clear details in the AQ DPM that everyone has confidence that the inspector's conditions will be upheld. Claire Holman, President of the IAQM, has highlighted in her report provided by Richard Buxton Solicitors her concern that there is no contingency in the AQ DPM for the project timeline to manage the eventual delays in relation to demolition occurring in school holidays, and as such she deems the AQ DPM inadequate, stating that it must contain an agreement that if a delay occurs and works cannot be completed in the summer holidays, there will be no further demolition until the following school holiday, and that dust mitigation measures are maintained over the intervening period. It is clear that we do not have best practice offered in the AQ DPM. The school is extremely vulnerable, and with children already at risk from respiratory conditions, this committee must take the issue extremely seriously and once again conclude that condition cannot be discharged and a further referral or refusal is the only realistic option. In doing so, it will be acting entirely reasonably and its decision entirely defensible. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Glasberg.
Thank you. I don't want to say a lot about this one, but I just think from what we've heard from the school governors and from Councillor Clough, there is real cause for concern about the risks that are going to be posed to the children at Newnham Croft from, if you approve this in its present form. I think you've got to defer it or refuse it and demand that that Queen's and the contractors follow best practice as has been set out. We know now what that is, and that is what should be required. It's what the inspector asked for. So you would be following completely the condition. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. So debate, but maybe, Michael, we could just cover off a couple of the main points that were made there. So, well, three actually. So in terms of PM10, the previous meeting trivialising that factor, could you, that sounds very concerning, I don't remember that myself, but maybe you have some knowledge of that. In terms of the bursar saying it could be done during term time, am I right in thinking that would, whatever the bursar says, it's actually is us that are in control of that planning? So that would need to be a separate application or a permission that would need to be added to an existing application. And finally, on best practice, do you want to say anything about that before we go to debate? That might help members.
Thank you, Chair. I can try. Unfortunately, I wasn't at the previous committee meeting, so that's a bit of a difficult position for me. In terms of the timetable, I think what's probably worth noting and statements about demolition taking place outside of school holidays. Part D of the condition says details of phasing of demolition and construction works, including timetable. The timetable should restrict all demolition works to school holidays. What is in the plan and document before members does restrict demolition works to school holidays. In terms of the details of PM10 and best practice, I think they're beyond my technical knowledge, so if Greg is able to come in and talk about PM10 and best practice, just in terms of best practice, part B of the condition says, when talking about mitigation measures, these measures should be in line with the current Institute of Air Quality Management best practice. But Greg, if you're able to come in and take best practice and PM10 points, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Hi, Greg. Afternoon.
Chair, thank you very much. Just to clarify, I wasn't at the last meeting either, but we don't trivialise air quality. We have responsibility for air quality, and it's one of the most significant environmental health impacts in our society, if not globally. So we do take it seriously, and we endeavour to protect, the health and well-being of residents. In terms of PM10s, the dust from the site will include PM10s, which is micrograms per cubic metre. They are microscopic and invisible, but we've assessed this in accordance with the Institute of Air Quality Management guidance. And Mr. Marsh from Imperial College, he is one of 5 persons on the working group, and we totally respect his research. And case studies tend to be, is there emerging best practice? Is there emerging practice that we need to look at future research? And those case studies show that. But previously, for HS2, there was a previous trigger level of 250 micrograms, and that was brought down to 190 based upon extensive research, peer review, and in our view, what has been proposed with the initial sort of amber alert level of 150 micrograms, where the contractor will review, but a 190 will stop, will inform the school. We are of the view that protects people with from air quality and those with vulnerable conditions potentially. The BARTS project in London, which has been referred to, was a hospital, so it is really high risk. You know, I'm not trivialising children, but you're talking about immunosuppressed persons in hospitals. So we are of the view that the Institute of Air Quality Management document, which has been thoroughly reviewed, and we're thoroughly reviewed it by several officers, is best practice. And the Institute of Air Quality Management, they represent the air quality consultants throughout the country, and they constantly review best practice and review in due course. And they may do in the future, but currently we think this project does meet the inspector's condition. As Michael said, we think it's critical, the demolition, which is probably the highest risk of the project. The inspector did say should be undertaken during school holidays. Inspectors are very smart people, and they didn't say shall, but I'm not sure, as you said previously, it's not a threat, but I think we need to be careful here about what members do and do not approve. Thank you, Chair. Is that okay?
Yep, thank you. Could just maybe just talk about PM 2.5 and PM 10. It does just let everyone know what they are size-wise.
Yeah. Dust will be, you know, you see dust from a construction site and it falls in your car. You know, I'm near a construction site, you see it and you think, oh, it's annoying. But unfortunately, it's the degree of impact from a construction site. PM 10.5 is the micrograms it enters your lungs. 2.5 is even smaller and it goes into your lungs even deeper. But the monitoring of 10 micrograms does include 2.5 because it passes through the filters that monitor it. So it is monitored to a degree as well. But there is no categorical safe levels for health currently identified. Air quality is so difficult because it does say there's no safe levels, but you know, it's a very difficult thing in life. You know, you're walking down the street next to busy roads. It's just so difficult. But we are happy that the research that's done and the Institute of Air Quality Management is the current best practice. So we fully support discharge of this condition. And they have agreed to alert the school when it reaches the initial sort of amber alert level. They're happy for us if we requested have access to real-time monitoring. So if the school has got complaints during construction, we can further investigate that as well. So I hope that offers some reassurances to members, and of course the local community as well.
Yep, thanks, Greg. That's useful.
Thank you
so much. Right,
Thank
any
you.
debate then, members? Yes, Councillor Bennett.
Hi, I've just got a couple of small asks. It's vanishingly unlikely that children are the only sensitive receptors in the area. You know, we all have casework with residents with disabilities, and one person's vulnerability to poor air quality can be very different from another's. So my request is, if there is monitoring information available in real time, that it be shared with the community, perhaps on an online site, and also that a timetable for any works is published on the same site so that people who are especially vulnerable can plan their movements around that and maybe take their holidays at times which are highest risk. And, you know, I do take very seriously what the officer has just said about there being no safe harbour. And, you know, I know that from my personal experience. Fluctuations in air quality that I didn't even notice would leave some of the residents in my ward confined to their bedroom. So please, I'd like to know what could be done about that, maybe as an additional condition. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Any more? No? Okay, can we share the information then, Michael, yes or no?
It's not a requirement of the condition, I think is all I can say. But again, Queens are in the room. But from an officer point of view, I can just say it's not a requirement of the condition to publish it. Obviously, Greg has said that it can be made available to the council on request, so there is that mechanism, but we can't obviously condition a condition.
If it's made available to the council, could the council commit to publishing it?
You don't answer that. We'll leave that for Toby. So, welcome, Toby. Just to say on that also, I think need to be clear about whether the information is fit to be shared, whether it has meaning, and whether people can understand it. So can you answer all those questions at the same time, Toby or Michael?
I think it depends on the basis of how Queens are sharing it with us. They might want to share it with us on the basis that it's not shared more widely. The data may not be easily interpretable. So, as Michael Sexton says, this is not a requirement of the condition. It's a potential desirable. Happy to take that thought away. Queens are in the room and we can have a discussion about whether or not there is any merit in having the data on some form of kind of live basis, but it's not a requirement of the condition, councillor, but we're happy to have an informal discussion with Queens as to whether or not that may be possible.
Yeah, thanks, Toby. I wonder, Michael, whether you'd want to ask Greg whether he'd like to comment on that, because he has his professional expertise in the field. Maybe he might have something to add.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Madam, there's 3 monitors proposed, 2 at the school and 1 in the residential, so there's a wide coverage of impacts. In terms of sharing data, it is difficult because, as you said, Chair, you need the technical knowledge and understanding how to interpret it. You can't have false alerts due to, if someone has a fire nearby, it can trigger the alert. So it needs very careful interpretation. If we get complaints from residents about their health and well-being or our statutory nuisance, the applicants have agreed for us to have full access to that, and we'll fully follow that up. If there is complaints, the complaints procedure requires them to record everything, and we have full access to that as and when requested, so we can follow up that pretty promptly, within hours or days, subject to officer availability. But we're very keen that we're going to monitor the site very closely in accordance with the condition. So I hope that helps, Chair. Thank you.
Well, sort of. I mean, I'm not an expert myself. I'm not clear about whether it's useful to have the information or not. So what do you think, Greg? Yes or no? Should the information be made available to the public? Is it useful to them?
I personally don't know. And the Institute of Air Quality Management doesn't support that explicitly. But it's very entirely at the discretion of the applicant, Queen's Call. But we would think it's very risky to do that, Chair. Thank you.
I feel it's dodgy, Councillor, but I'll go back to you, Councillor. You raised it.
Thank you. Okay, well, if you're not prepared to share the results in the monitors, can we at least commit to sharing the Building Works programme in an accessible form with residents, with some information that might help them to plan what are the times of greatest risk for particulates. I know that in a small application in my ward, a vulnerable resident has chosen to take a holiday during the high risk period, so it's something that people do. And, I think we should be doing everything possible to keep people safe.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. I think we're all on the same track there. Just to be clear, no one's actually said that we're not willing to share the data. we're just interrogating the argument about whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. And I'm not quite clear if we've had that's been bottomed out, really. So, Michael, did you want to say anything about sharing the programme? I thought it was already shared.
Thank you, Chair. So there are obviously programmes set out in the management plan before you, and similarly there is a project timetable programme in the traffic management plan document that we've seen previously. So there are documents published on the council's websites under the relevant discharge and conditions application that provide the timetable for the development of Elstone Croft. Anything beyond that would be a matter for Queen's to undertake, and again, they're in the room listening to this, and I think they very much acknowledge the sensitive nature of this site, and I'm sure through the site manager and Bursa, they will find ways of communicating as best as possible to residents key stages of development. But again, it's going beyond the requirements of the condition, and it's something that Queen's over my left shoulder will hopefully be nodding to and seeking to engage with. It's not something we can sort of secure through this condition beyond the timetables that are within the documents before you.
Yeah, Councillor Bennett.
There is actually a public notice board on the corner of Granchester Street, very close to the application site. It would be really helpful if that information could be posted there. Newnham is like my own ward, Abbey. It's got a lot of elderly people who are not so comfortable with digital engagement. I think it's a big ask to force them to find their way through the planning website to find this information. I don't honestly think putting a notice on the community notice boards is a particularly onerous requirement. And I can see a helpful comment from the Queen's Bursa there.
Yeah, they're nodding, so yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Do that, I think. Sharing information is a good thing. You want to come back, Councillor Bennett?
I've got some other points which come from the...
So just before you go on then, so just on that thing about sharing information, I don't feel it's appropriate to put Queen's on the spot, the applicant on the spot here, and they say yes or no whether they're going to share information. But what I would suggest to members, if you're in favour, is that the applicant has a conversation with officers and they come back to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes on that matter so that there's a chance to have a proper detailed conversation on the ins and outs of it rather than trying to bottom it out on the table, as it were. Is that fair enough?
No, well, not if it's dependent on whether we discharge the condition or not. As we said, it's not something that's required of the condition. Happy to have the conversation, but what's being submitted in terms of to satisfy the condition is satisfactory. So I think it would be reasonable for officers to go away and have a conversation and confirm the outcome of that, but that wouldn't kind of preclude the ability of officers, if members are so minded, to discharge the condition in advance.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yep. Okay, so carry on then, Councillor Bennett.
Okay, I also wanted to raise a query on the Calico report, and it's on 2.4, water supply. That's on page 3, where they comment that it's a hot, dry period and that there's a risk of temporary use bans, what we used to call hosepipe bans from water companies. And some of the dust mitigation methods involve water use and particularly hosepipe use, such as washing down the wheels. So I just wonder if the technical officer could help us understand how much of the dust mitigation methods would be affected if there was a hosepipe ban in place.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not sure that would apply to such a thing, but anyway, do you want to go through Greg then, Michael?
Yes, please, Chair. Greg, are you able to take...
Yeah, certainly, Michael. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it is a concern, but our understanding is under health and safety and public health, you know, there will be clear exemptions where they will be allowed to access that water, and the ban would not apply. In any case, they could source water bowsers of sufficient quantity to do their water suppression or similar where water is required. So we have no concerns with that, and we think that, you know, adequate water can be supplied. Thank you.
Right, any last questions before recommendation then? You're not supposed to enter into debate now. Beg to differ. Okay. One thing I just wanted to cover off, Michael, myself, is when we visited the site, there's a sort of internal site barrier, which I presume might be to do with dust mitigation as much as anything else. But the containment of the people, children, staff, in the school site is the responsibility of the school. Is that correct? So their own barrier, their own fence is the barrier that's meant to work. So just so it's clear that the sort of the site fence is not the barrier, because I wouldn't want to have a situation where the school fence has failed for some reason and say children could get between the two. Is that clear?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, yes, that's correct in my understanding that the school barrier is, it's their requirement to keep the children safe within that. So this is an additional barrier within the application side that deals with matters relating to the application site and not to the children being able to get out of the school. I don't have a plan that clearly denotes that, but no, these barriers are not to secure children within the school. That is the responsibility of the school and their own boundaries.
Just wanted to clarify, thank you. Okay, all right, Councillor Pora?
Just picking up what the school governor said then. So I had a look in the papers and I can see obviously some of the initial concerns in June were about being notified at the lower level of disruption and obviously told if there's any breaches. I think the officer said they're both okay, so that's good. But I think the governor also raised the baseline issue, and I think I've understood correctly that I think you were saying, well, I'll address the chair, the speaker was saying that the baseline is taken from a couple of years ago, but then the baseline used in the environmental health measurements was a different baseline. I may have missed, or we weren't. There was some concern. Anyway, I'd be grateful if the environmental health officer could just talk about baselines.
Someone's going to answer that. Who's going to say that? Keith or Toby? Keith?
Sorry, I'm probably going to tread on your feet, Chair. I'm just asking the councillor not to engage with the...
Yeah, noted, sorry to the lawyer. So could the environmental health officer just explain to us, is he satisfied that the baseline we're working from and the trigger points are compliant? Because I think that was my understanding is what the concerns were.
Okay, Michael, do you want to refer to Greg or?
I can do. I can also just say that the baseline monitoring report that's published in section 3, paragraph 3.1 says the results for the on-site location, sites 1, 2 and 3, as you saw earlier, for the monitoring period of 31st of March to the 30th of June 2025 are summarised. So that's the information that's come forward. Greg, do you wish to add anything?
Baseline monitoring can be used in this area. The levels are very low, like for PM. Oh God, apologies, Chair. My phone. They are very low, but we are satisfied that risk assessment and the predicted alert levels will control those to acceptable levels. So a very stringent requirement is not required in this case, in our view. Thank you, Chair. Apologies for the moment phone.
All right, thank you. Right, anything else, Michael, or is that it? Yep, okay. Any more members? Nope. Okay, what recommendation, please, Toby?
Thanks, Chair. So that's set out on page 81. That is to recommend the approval of the discharge of condition 8 in relation to the details that are set out underneath that paragraph. Notwithstanding that approval, officers undertake to discuss the ability with the applicants to share live air quality management data and to report that back to Chair, Vice Chair and spokes accordingly.
Thank you, Toby. So recommendations approved. All those in favour of that recommendation?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favour, Chair.
Against?
1 against.
Okay, so the item is approved. Thank you very much. Thanks to the Speaker and to local ward councillors. So would you like a break or just carry on, members? Okay, to carry on. Okay, so next item is item 8, Fanshawe Road. Aaron, I saw you. Oh, hello, Aaron. Good afternoon. So there are no public speakers on this item. So I'll let Aaron settle down and then we'll do this. Thanks very much for the debate on that, members. Good, robust debate, I thought. So these next two items are about getting a sales suite on two sites, so that's the basis of it. But I'll let Aaron explain.
Sorry for the delay, Chair. So the application site is land at 12 to 34 Fanshawe Road, located within the Coleridge ward in Cambridge. The proposed development relates to the full planning application, full planning permission, which was granted for the erection of 84 homes in November last year. The site is currently under construction. This planning application proposes a conversion of the consented plot number 3, which is located within block W3 of the development, to a sales and marketing suite for a temporary period and associated works including access, landscaping and parking. The application is being heard at Planning Committee today as it relates to land owned by Cambridge City Council and is being developed by the Cambridge Investment Partnership, which is a 50-50 partnership between Cambridge City Council and Hill Residential. So this slide shows the site location plan. As you can see, the sales and marketing suite is proposed to be located on the western half of the development site with vehicular access from Fanshawe Road. So the access to the site would be in this location here to the sales and marketing suite. This slide shows the proposed temporary elevations. There are no objections to raise in relation to the size or overall appearance of the building. The glazing proposed to the east elevation is acceptable. The use of the brickwork proposed, the window colours and finishes are acceptable and match the details which have been approved under the relevant discharge of condition application for the permanent dwelling which will be in place. Officers have compared the approved elevations for this dwelling and the external alterations proposed in order to convert the building to a marketing suite for this temporary period, and they are considered to be very minor and acceptable. This slide shows the temporary floor plans. So the proposals include a reception area, meeting rooms, and a small kitchen space over 2 floors. Soft landscaping is proposed to the east and south of the marketing suites, which helps to soften the appearance of the building. The scheme includes visitor cycle parking for 6 spaces, 5 car parking spaces, one of which would be an accessible parking bay, and officers consider this to be an appropriate number for the use proposed. Plot 3 is also located on the western side of the development. As mentioned, will be accessed via the new access along Fanshawe Road. The plot is to be used for a sales and marketing suite and will be easily accessible and visible from the public realm, which is clearly important from a sales and marketing perspective. The location is therefore considered acceptable. This slide just shows the permanent soft landscaping plan. So again, you can see the hedging and soft landscaping proposed sort of with, to the south and then to the east as well of the building, matched with the permanent arrangement. So overall, the proposed temporary use of Plot 3 as a sales and marketing suite is considered to be acceptable. Repurposing an approved structure for a marketing suite represents a resource-efficient and environmentally responsible approach. This approach prevents the developers from needing to construct a separate, purpose-built marketing suite, and the strategy aligns with sustainable development principles. The design and scale of the proposal are acceptable and in accordance with the policy requirements. There are no technical objections and no neighbour objections either. Approval is recommended subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Aaron. Any questions? Councillor Bora.
Very quick question. So Fanshawe was a split site between council housing and market. Is this a market house or a council house that's coming out for 3 years?
Any more questions? Yeah, Councillor Griffin.
Yeah, I just wanted to be sure that the access to the allotments will not be disturbed by this, either during the use or during the construction of this. Thanks.
Thank you. Any more? So, okay, good to see there's a disabled toilet there on the ground floor. And it's a bit of a detailed question, but where do you put your buggies when you come through the front door? If you've got a child in a buggy, because you're going to be in the way of the disabled access to the toilet, I suppose. But maybe there's room on the left there. Any more questions? No. Okay, Aaron.
Councillor Porritt will be a market property that's converted. The access to the allotments will remain as approved, so they'll always be accessed. And just go to the floor plans. Yes, there will be a level access into the marketing suite via the glazed entrance. Just looking at the toilet location. Yes, it shows wheelchair turning space within the water closet, so it's considered acceptable, Chair.
Yeah, okay. I mean, there's probably not a lot to say about it, to be fair. It all seems fine, I guess. But obviously, if anyone wants to ask anything, please do. I guess the buggies can go in the main living area, actually, can't they? All right, I'm happy. Everyone else? Yep. Recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thanks. It's on page 122. That is to approve subject to the planning conditions as set out, Chair.
All in favour of approval?
That's unanimous, Chair.
Right, the item is approved, thank you. Right, Aaron, next one then, similar.
Thank you, Chair. So the next application site is land at Newbury Farm within the Queen Edith ward in Cambridge. This application relates to the proposed conversion of the consented plot number 2 to a sales and marketing suite for a temporary period and associated works, including access, landscaping and parking. The proposed development relates to the reserve matters planning approval, which was granted in November 2024 for 150 homes. As shown on the site location plan, the sales and marketing suite is proposed to be located in the southern half of the development with vehicular access via the approved access along Babram Road. This slide shows the temporary elevations. Again, there are no objections to raise in relation to the size or overall appearance of the building. The addition of glazing proposed to the front elevation is considered acceptable. And the brickwork, window colours and finishes have been approved via the discharge of condition and again are acceptable under the reserve matters consent. This slide shows the proposed temporary floor plans for the sales and marketing suite. The proposed include a reception area, meeting rooms and a small kitchen space on the ground floor. Soft landscaping is proposed to the east and south of the marketing suite, which, similar to the previous application, helps to soften the appearance of the marketing suite building. The scheme includes cycle parking for 6 cycles, 4 car parking spaces, one of which would be an accessible parking bay, and officers consider this to be appropriate and acceptable.
Right, thanks.
Again, the hedging and landscaping matches up with the permanent landscape layout for the development, as shown on this slide. And the proposals are considered acceptable and approval is recommended. Thank you, Chair.
Yep, sorry to interrupt. Thank you very much. Councillor Bora.
Same question as previous, is it market or council?
Any more questions? So I can notice that there isn't a disabled toilet on this one. Is that policy compliant? And which one of the spaces is for a disabled user parking spaces?
It's a market house, Councillor Porrer, the conversion.
Is it policy compliant? Does it need to have a disabled toilet for a sales office? Presuming not, question. But I mean, it's just the last one did and this doesn't, so a bit of a shame.
Yeah, my understanding is it's not necessarily a policy requirement for an accessible toilet to be provided in the given it's a temporary use.
Okay. Would have been good if they could put a disabled toilet in, but I suppose can't force it if it's not a necessary requirement. Toby?
I'm not aware that it's a necessary requirement. It might be something that the applicants would be able to achieve. They've got a team of builders out on site. I think if we could maybe have, as an informative perhaps, a suggestion that that be the case, that's probably the best way of dealing with it. Aaron?
Yeah, I mean, I would be as far as to put an informative on it. I know it's a bit pushy, but I mean, if they, I mean, it's for 3 years, so I don't see why you can't make the kitchenette a bit smaller and make the toilet a bit bigger. And what do we think? Am I being a bit silly there? Councillor Bennett.
Just having a ground floor toilet would make it accessible to people with some disabilities, but not all. But I think it's honestly in the interests of the company, because if it was disability compliant, it could also be used as changing space, and people with young children and babies are particularly likely to be looking for a home. So I think on a practical basis, it's worth suggesting.
Okay, informative, put a disabled toilet in if you can. That's it. Nodding, okay, that's it, informative. But if it's not possible, do they want to come back to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes on that? Because I don't want to make them do something that's just not going to work. No, okay, just leave it at that then. Okay, right, Toby, recommendation please.
Yes, on page 133, it's to approve subject to planning conditions as set out together with an informative to encourage the provision of a disabled toilet on the ground floor.
Thank you. Okay, so all those in favour of the recommendation to approve?
Unanimous, Chair.
Okay, the item's approved, thank you. Thanks, Aaron. Thanks, Toby. So that's all of those. And then we've got a couple of other things on the agenda. So the next one was the appeals information. So any questions on the appeals information, or did you want to introduce it, Toby?
I'll introduce it. Just a few things to note. Probably the most interesting appeal that's now been lodged is in relation to the Hobson Street cinema site. Some members may remember that that application was refused. The case officer and I did meet with the applicants prior to the submission of the appeal to see if we could come to some form of agreement around a revised scheme. It was a productive meeting, but ultimately the applicant's chosen to appeal via an informal hearing process, and that appeal will take place in September. Then on page 137, you'll see the Beehive Centre application. That inquiry took place and has concluded. The decision or recommendation now rests with the planning inspector, who will be making a recommendation to the Secretary of State. I don't recall a time frame as part of the discussions being put forward by the inspector, but I would anticipate that they may be putting their recommendation to the Secretary of State at some point, kind of late August, September. then how long is a piece of string in terms of the Secretary of State taking to make a decision on that scheme. All of the particularly the kind of closings from both sides are online if members wanted to see the position that officers ended up with, which really related to, as far as the council's concerned, maintaining its position that the outline parameters were acceptable, but having to agree, following revised daylight and sunlight information, that the illustrative impacts were on balance acceptable. And there is a condition that is with the planning inspector to consider for his imposition potentially in relation to securing the illustrative daylight and sunlight effects, which would in effect mean a lesser scheme in terms of bulk and massing, may well kind of come forward if the inspector agrees to that. So those are the key outcomes. I think we're still awaiting, in terms of other majors, an outcome on the Anstey Hall Maris Lane refusal, but that is it from me, Chair, in terms of highlights on that report.
That's useful, thank you. Any questions for Toby? No? Okay, good, thank you very much. So that's that then. And then we've finally got the, what have we got? Compliance report. Is anyone to speak to that, or just a note?
By magic, Chair, Chris Braybrook has turned up to give a brief overview.
Good. Hello, Chris.
Good afternoon, Chair. So I'm just going to present the report. Just to let the committee know that there are some additional details on the report this time round. I spoke about them briefly last time, some improvements in terms of the statistics and information that we're looking to provide the city. So that is obviously still an ongoing thing, but I'll run through that with you all. Just to let you all know that also Alistair Funch has completed his secondment to principal and has returned to a substantive post as senior, and our apprentice Oscar is going to do a 9-month secondment in development management as well, just to improve his knowledge of development management casework and planning applications. I'll refer to the statistics now. In the appendix, we can see that we've issued a couple of enforcement notices, one for operational development, breach of condition and planning contravention notice since I last presented to you. In terms of cases that we have open, at the time I wrote the report, it was 453 open cases compared to 550. Just to update the committee, we're now actually down to about 415 open cases-ish as we work through the backlog of older cases, take actions or look to close matters down. Since the beginning of the year, we'd had 367 new cases that we'd received as an authority. So in the breakdown is that we'd have 3 priority A's, 28 priority B's, and the rest were priority C's. From a request from the South Cambs Committee, we also broke down cases by officer numbers, not identifying individuals, but that's included in the report now, so members can see the sort of caseloads officers are dealing with. Open cases in the authority has in the city. At the time of the report, that was 60 as opposed to 77. There were 6 months old or less, and then older ones was 98 cases within this city instead of 81. So there's a bit of a change there, just as some of those cases have become slightly older. In terms of cases in total that are sort of the older ones. That was requested by South Cambs that we could break that down a bit, so I provided that for the city committee as well. So cases older than 12 months, the team had 176. Of those, 122 were older than 18 months, 65 older than 24, and 29 older than 36 months. In the period from the 1st of March to the 30th of June, we had closed 352 files, 127 of those were in Cambridge City, and in the report there is a breakdown of the reasons why we've closed those down. I apologise that the South Cambridgeshire stats have pulled through there for some reason, and I will address that in the next committee and make sure that we've got the Cambridge ones so that you've got an idea of the breakdown of those closures. But you can see there is a breakdown, and then in terms of the statistics for updates and acknowledgements when we receive a complaint. So priority A's, that's an NA for the city, but priority B's 1.24 days when the target is 3, and priority C's we've acknowledged those and set up a file within 1.08 days. And last time I said about improving our statistics for site visits so that you get a more accurate representation of what's going on. This includes all cases, but priority A's average days was 1.33, so it's 100% on target. Priority B's 7.33 days, that was 80% on target. Just because of the numbers of priority B cases, that just turned out to be one that was 1 day out of date. And then for our priority C cases, we're visiting those in 5.06 days on average, which is 96.5% on target. So hopefully that gives the committee a better understanding of how we're doing in terms of those visits. And the final thing, just to bring to members' attention, we've spoken about it a few times. I have had the weekly reports checked to ensure the enforcement notifications for enforcement within their areas. They do appear to be showing. If anyone isn't seeing those or there's a problem in those weekly reports when it comes to new compliance cases, please let me know, give me an email and I'll look into that for you and just see what's going on. But as far as I'm aware, that is all definitely working properly now. And I think that's my update, unless there's any questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. That's really useful. Thanks for the detailed report, and thank you to you and your colleagues for all the work you do. There's clearly a lot of work there. So any questions for Chris? Councillor Bennett.
Hi Chris, this may be a really stupid question, but I've never seen an enforcement list in my ward. Are they at the bottom of Monday's planning email?
Yeah, so that's as I understand it, and I have double checked twice now, I think, with concerns around this, and they are there. I've had our technical support team look into it. What I will do is I will just get your particular report double checked. What I would say is if there's none in your ward, you won't see anything on that weekly list. So we don't always get stuff come in, but we are checking. But we can probably look at the historical ones that have gone to you just to double check that when they come in, they are coming in correctly.
Any more? Yeah, Councillor Pora.
Yeah, just to pick on that, I've never seen one for Market, maybe because we don't have any, but it would be really useful if the technical support team could sit them with the bit with your ward rather than at the end of the whole email, because you get the whole city's worth, but you can pick out Market ward and then it has like my 4. So if it was possible to put them in that filter, that would be fantastic.
I will ask that question. Yeah, not a problem.
Okay, great. Any more? No? Okay, thank you very much, Chris. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone, I think that's it then. So thank you very much, everyone, for sticking with it. It's been a long day, a lot of detailed discussions. So thank you, and thank you for officers for supporting us. So that's it. You're safe to go, and have a safe journey home. Cheers.